I've always had responses on that. Because they were right there.
They're intense.
Cal Fire. They were up in Springville.
It is 5:30. I will call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Meister,
Present.
Councilmember Beltran,
Present.
Councilmember Wyrock,
Present.
Vice Mayor Carrillo,
Present.
Mayor Flores.
Present. We'll now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the City Council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Anyone for closed session items? Nope. Anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the City Council closed session.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 4 items before the council this evening, and those are closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, Conference with Real Property Negotiators, Property APN 260300030, Agency Negotiator Patrice Hildreth and Jason Ridenauer, Negotiating Parties, City of Porterville, and Self-Help Enterprises under negotiation terms and price. Item 2 is pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.95, Liability Claim. Claimant Anna Alcantar, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 3 is pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D3, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Significant Exposure to Litigation, 4 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiffs. And lastly, we have pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Initiation of Litigation, 2 cases.
Thank you. It is 5:31, and we will now go into closed session. It is 6:34. We will reconvene open session and report on reportable action taken in closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. With regard to the claim of Anna Kalantar on the closed session agenda, with a motion by Councilmember Meister and seconded by Councilmember Beltran, and a 5-0 vote, that claim was denied. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite you to please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Mayor Carrillo, and remain standing for an invocation or a moment of silence. Is there anyone that would like to come forward and lead the invocation?
Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this great wet winter. Lord, that's 2 years in a row. Thank you for bringing us through the drought. We're in a wet season, and we're just so blessed, Lord. Thank you so much for answering our prayers. Thank you for the wildflowers and all the wild animals and the birds and the geese and everything. It's just so wonderful here this spring. Thank you so much for that. Be with us this evening, Lord, as we do the city's business, as we work to make the city better each and every day. And all these things I pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. You may be seated. We'll now move into the presentation. The Parks Master Plan.
All right. Tonight's presentation on the Parks Master Plan will be given by Mr. Mike Ratajski of QK. We are excited to be nearing the completion of this project, which will provide Parks and Leisure Services with this guiding document for years to come. A significant amount of public comment was compiled and integrated during the formation of this master plan. We will be noticing a public comment period, and then we'll bring the item back to council for final adoption in the coming months. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Mike Ratajski.
Good evening, and thanks for having me here today. This is what I like doing, parks and parks master plans. I don't know if, you probably don't remember my face, but I was involved with the Fallen Heroes Park many years ago. I know that's quite successful. I know a lot of people like that. So let me start first. Okay, it's not working. Oh, here we go. It's a little slow. Okay. Let me introduce myself. First of all, my name is Mike Ratajski. Took the lead on producing this document. We have quite a few people involved. I won't go over every name, but we have a large staff that gets involved with this thing. And of course, we've worked with Sarah Weaver and Donnie Moore to help us through this process. Now, we started this in June 5th of last year, and we had quite a few. We had stakeholder interviews. We had interviews with two workshops with the public. We submitted the draft in January. We got comments back from Parks and Leisure Commission, and then here we are today presenting this to you, this information or a quick summary about this project. So what's in the Parks Master Plan? Things being temperamental. There we go. I won't go over. These are all the chapters in the plan, but I will give you a little bit more detail about each chapter as we go through this document or through this presentation. First section is an executive summary. It's pretty thorough. It's really short. We're already dealing with a document that's well over 100 pages, and the summary is about 1/5 of that. It's pretty good. It's pretty thorough. If you want to read that, that's good, but I encourage you to read everything in the document. In the introduction, why we have a Parks Master Plan, that's addressed what the purpose is. The Parks Master Plan is a roadmap for parks, guiding you to develop parks 15 or more years into the future. This chapter tells you how it's organized. There's a brief summary of each chapter, and of course, where you're located in the state of California. This section, most of this material comes right out of the U.S. Census, as well as there's quite a bit of information available on the state's website. We have sections on all these items you see here. Stakeholder input, this is the one where we have a description of what's in the outreach master plan. It's quite detailed. We've developed a vision and goals, and thanks to the community or the Parks Department, you already have a great goal or a great vision that was already established, as you see in the bottom. I won't read the whole thing, but it's a great vision to start with. We started with that, with the community, and through this process, we were able to develop some early goals and some early policies, and they're more detailed when we get to Chapter 8 of this document. We have summary of the stakeholder interviews and the workshops, and now there's more detail. All the questions and all the comments are in the appendices from both the workshops and the interviews. And then, of course, we have a summary of the responses too, but that will direct you to the appendices. So how did we survey everybody? Well, we had several workshops where they were able to use their cell phones and answer questions in real time as they went through the workshop with us. The cities, if they weren't able to attend the workshop, they can go to the city's website and answer questions there or take the survey there. And we always have a little bit of time, and usually, actually, there was a lot of time. There was a lot of comments from the community, a lot of questions, so we had open discussion period too after the presentation and also during during the presentation. So what were some of the preferences? So the stakeholders, these are the top 4. What did the stakeholders want to see? They wanted to see another splash park. They wanted to see more trails in the city, and you already have quite a bit of trails, just so you know. Court games, particularly pickleball, that was one that was mentioned often, and more picnic areas. That's what the stakeholders identified. And what did the community want? Well, in the first workshop, they too wanted to see more court games. Pickleball, tennis, basketball. More playground structures and creative playgrounds, so they wanted to see that. More trails and connection to trails. Restrooms and concession stands, and then splash park. And these were their preferences in order as well. And then we also asked the community, how would you prioritize renovations and new improvements? Which parks would you want to start with? The number 1 choice was the sports complex. The second choice, Veterans Park. The third choice, Henry Street, and I know that's in design right now. The fourth, Murray Park and Pool, and then the fifth was Zalad Park. So they prioritized their preferences to where to begin and where to end in this process of improving and renovating parks. And since the sports complex was their number 1 choice, their number 1 priority, we also asked them, what would you like to see at the sports complex? The number 1 item was an outdoor pool or a splash pad, more picnic areas and pavilions, gardens, they could be community gardens, flower gardens, interpretive gardens, decorative gardens. They wanted to see gardens, trails with exercise stations, court games, and an outdoor amphitheater. That was 6th. Trends. What are some of the trends? This is section 4, chapter 4. What are some of the trends? We looked at local trends, we looked at regional trends, and we looked at national trends, and we relied on the National Recreation and Parks Association. I've been a member of the California Parks and Association for quite a few years. I was on the committee that took issues and questions from the city of Porterville staff. Local, there's a few recent parks in around here. Early Mart has a new one. In fact, and I don't remember, I think it was 2022. In that year, it was awarded one of the best parks in the state of California. Tulare, we looked at, there's one in Tulare, a new park in Tulare and Corcoran, Gateway Park in Corcoran. I don't know if you're familiar with that. So we looked at some trends there. And as I mentioned, regional trends included the Central Valley, Southern California, and the Bay Area. So what are some of the trends? Well, you know, one of the trends is just finding ways to control obesity and opioid use. That was one of the trends that they were identifying. And another trend was the use of technology, like drones, monitoring systems. Dog parks is always a popular trend. Theme playgrounds and splash parks, I had mentioned that earlier. That was one of the preferences. That's a common trend. Pickleball. Now, some people think, well, pickleball, that's for older people, but it's not. Pickleball is popular with all ages, and you're probably seeing that in this city in particular. Outdoor yoga, that's common. A lot of moms like to take their kids to outdoor yoga classes with a playground nearby. That's pretty common. Connecting parks with trails and greenways throughout the community, that was another preference, or another trend. So in section 5, we took a tour, a one-day tour with staff to visit every park in the city. And when you get to this section, we summarized all the issues, all the amenities, all the problems, if there was vandalism, we identified that. If parking lots need to be improved and striped, we identified that. So everything is covered. We've identified everything in each individual park. We needed that because we needed to do cost estimates for what it would take to do these renovations. So we needed that. And also to add new amenities as well. We addressed access to parks, like via roadways, arterial, collector streets, local streets, trails. And we also addressed the Americans with Disabilities Act. And essentially that is where some sidewalk, where some parks lacked ADA access from a nearby sidewalk or parking lot, or in many cases, if there is a ramp, a handicap ramp in the playground. And then finally, the service area analysis, it identifies the maximum desired distances from each of the current parks that you have. For example, a quarter mile. People prefer to walk a quarter mile. They will walk a quarter mile. That's about 1,250 feet, 1,300 feet. Mini parks are usually within a quarter mile. Neighborhood parks, much larger parks, between 5 and 8 acres, that is generally about a 10-minute walk. And people also want to walk 10-minute walks, 10 minutes from their home. And then the community park and then the regional park are the other classifications. So where does Porterville compare with other cities in Tulare and neighboring counties? Well, it looks pretty good. If you look at this, we looked at 10 different cities, including Porterville. Los Banos, I'll point this out because we actually did the Parks Master Plan for Los Banos, and I was amazed at the amount of parks that they have. They're going to maintain that 6.3 per 1,000 residents. Low on the list, Delano, Reedley, which kind of surprised me because they have a school there, a college there. It surprised me that they only have 2.63. And Hanford, we actually did the general plan for Hanford. I was surprised that they only have 3 acres per 1,000 residents. But Porterville's sitting pretty good. It's a little above average, 4.45 acres per 1,000 residents. The average, as you can see on the right, is 3.94 acres for every 1,000 residents. So here's your parks. You know them all. Mini parks, there's a total of 1.4 acres. Neighborhood parks, 20.5. Community parks, you have quite a few, 173 acres of community parks. And then trailways, you have quite a few of those too. And you have a total of 281.3 acres. Now, these numbers you see here for community parks and trailways are important. I'm going to address that again. So what does this look like in graphic format? So there's the large circles are your community parks. And you can see that they are pretty well addressed as far as access for people that live north of the river. Tulare River. So, and then you have the community park down below as well. Most of your population is north of the Tulare River. So community parks, the smaller circle are the neighborhood parks, and even smaller circles, which you see in blue, those are the mini parks. And mini parks are generally about 1 acre, and as many as 5 sometimes. Now, the 3 blank circles are just suggestions of where a neighborhood park could be as the population grows, as the need for more parks takes place. We suggested 3 locations, and I'm going to get in a little bit more detail in a minute. It'd be nice if you had more parks along the trail system. People like to access. It's sort of a nice way to get to a park is take the trails. That's why you see one down below. I mean, you could do more. You could do more if you wanted to, but those are just 3 suggestions for neighborhood parks. Level of service analysis. We looked at the NRPA guidelines, National Recreation and Park Association. We looked at the city's current standards, which I mentioned to you, the 4.45 acres per 1,000 people. We compared those city standards with other cities of both comparable size and comparable population, and then we proposed some new standards. Our recommendation, I'm going to read this. This master plan recommends that the city maintain its current ratio of 4.45 acres per 1,000 residents since it currently works for the community. This ratio is equal to or better than other Californias of comparable size and population, and parks are in a comfortable walking distance or biking distance from a majority of the people who live there. And one other thing I wanted to mention, when one of the questions, which is not on this slideshow, but one of the questions asked was, where would you like to see more parks? A majority of the people selected northwest area, looking at Olive Avenue as an east-west route and 65 as the north-south route. Most selected the northwest. Second selection was the southwest. So, standards, let's look at this. So what does that translate? You've got 281.3 acres of parkland right now. By 2039, if you average about 1.28 acres per year, you'll get to that 4.45 standard of 305 acres by the year 2039. So this looks out 15 years, an additional 19 plus acres to get you there. Now, how you decide to split that up, whether it's mini parks or neighborhood parks or even a community park, that's totally up to you. So the conclusions we have here is that the city's current standards suggest the need for more neighborhood parks and more mini parks when compared to the regional standards. As you can see there, your current classification shows 0.34 acres of mini parks and neighborhood parks per 1,000, whereas the average is 1.68. And you're over the average for community parks, as you can see in the next one. You're way over average with trailways, and there are no standards right now for regional parks. But what we heard from the community is they would sure like to see the sports complex become a regional venue. We heard that a lot from the community. So, and then we have Chapter 7, which are guidelines and development standards. There is a rather lengthy list of what would be some of the preferred kind of amenities for mini parks, neighborhood parks, community parks, and even a regional park. What would be the preferred amenities? And there's also a list of optional amenities as well. These are guidelines, they're not requirements, but they are guidelines. It'll help staff as they get plans approved and parks built. Section 8 is the action plan, and believe it or not, there are 86 goals and policies that we identified. Many of them already exist in your general plan. under the open space and the Parks and Recreation chapters. We use those. Obviously, those are policies that you're going to want to maintain. They're ongoing policies. You'll want to maintain those. And as we met with staff and the stakeholders in the community, we also developed additional policies, goals and policies. But there were a total of 86 altogether. This section, and I mentioned this earlier, it prioritizes projects, new projects and renovations. It gives you a budget and funding analysis, which means it identifies a lot of grants that are available to the both state and regional and national grants that are available. Staffing and operating expenses are identified. Maintenance and operation needs are identified. And there's a budget identified as well, cost guidelines by park classification and amenity. It's very thorough. Utilize future and renovated park development to make adjustments to new park impact fees, which is something we are currently working on and about to finish and submit to staff. So there's a lot more to it than this. I'll just give you the one big detail. Is based on a $99.75 per capita per person. The budget that's being recommended here for 23-24, close to $7 million, a little over $7 million in 5 years. Once again, a little over $7 million in 2034, and then 7.4 in 2039. And how is that generally distributed? Generally, 55% is for renovation, 31% for new development, 8% for acquisition of new lands, and then 6% for other. And Chapter 9 is references, sources that we use throughout this process, the appendices, the surveys are located in there. And just so you know, and so the audience knows, there are a few projects that are in the works. The historic Butterfield Stage Corridor, improvements to the existing Santa Fe Byway, the 4th Street Park and Community Center, which is in design, and the Santa Fe Sports Complex, which is soon to be in design. And then finally, what are the next steps? Park, we are just about finished with the park impact fees. We're going to submit that to staff for their review. And then it has to go to the BIA, the building industry, for their review and comments. That's about a 30-day period. And then from there, would be, it's up to you to get it approved. And then as far as the compliance with CEQA, the notice of exemption has already been submitted. It's a very simple form. That's done, it's submitted. We just need to get approval from Office of Planning and Budget, Office of Planning and Research. So that's almost done. And if you would like a waiting period, or not a waiting period, but a comment period from the community, you can post it on your website. You might want to consider that. You don't have to, but if you might want to consider it, and I heard that staff is interested in doing that, getting comments from the community, that could take place as you're waiting for the BIA approval for the park impact fees. And then finally, not finally, second from finally. So there was a meeting held with Parks and Leisure Commission. I'm very proud to say that they voted unanimously to recommend approval to City Council. And then the last one. Well, this can't be possible. We'll never get this done unless we got help from the community. And there are quite a few people. Who's attended those events? Anybody in here attended any of the workshops? I know Kathy has. Anyway, we've had great input from the stakeholders, great input from the community. We had those 2 workshops, and without their assistance, without their input, we can't make these. We can't do these master plans. But we're very grateful for having their input and, of course, staff as well. With that, that's the presentation.
Thank you very much for
Oh,
the
you're welcome.
presentation. Council, council members, did you have any comment? Anything to this regard? I just think it's wonderful to receive this information and that there are members of the community that got to see it.
I just,
Please comment.
quick question. You said that for the park impact fees, what were we waiting on exactly?
The building industry has to review it. They'll have it. We're just finishing it up right now. And then it goes to staff for their review and approval. Then it gets submitted to the building industry. There's a 30-day waiting period for them to review it.
Gotcha. And then I'm going to make a brief statement, just because a lot of people in the room right now weren't here during this process. And so I know there's concerns with homeless, and there's certain players in the room, so just saying it. There's concerns with homeless at our parks. That's probably why we don't have yoga moms at our parks, certain things. But this staff is taking action and trying to take direction on dealing with those issues. So I just want to put that out there. Thank you.
I'd like to make a comment about that, too. When you build parks with amenities that people want, and I know you do, there's a tendency to have more people visit these parks, more people be there, and they take ownership in the parks. And as a result of having more people attend your parks, there's less chance of damage being done, there's less chance of homelessness being there, and a crowded park, let's just say, is not a place where some of the homeless want to live. But we try to build parks, we try to design parks, and we try to create a master plan that makes parks a great place to visit.
And I agree with you, and I thank you for that. But as you pointed out, some of the other things is with our we have railways that used to come through this community, and so that's part of those bike paths or those trails you're talking about.
Right.
And those also are eyesores, I guess you could say, in that sense. And then with the numbers on the population to acreage, I think when you look at those cities up north, they have more water to work with, so they're able to water their parks and keep them open and be more diverse in that sense. So
Right.
I do appreciate you coming tonight.
Oh,
Thank you.
thanks.
Thank you. Any other comment? Yeah? No? Thank you once
All right,
again.
thanks,
It is
thanks.
appreciated. Okay. We will now go on into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. You will be asked to state your name for the record and city of residence. None of us will be asking for your address from here on. And if you are here for the public hearings, number 13, 14, and 15, please hold your comments when those items come up on the agenda. You will be given the opportunity to speak at that time, and we will continue to adhere to the 3-minute per speaker time period so that we can, in an orderly fashion, proceed with the decision-making responsibilities this evening.
Good evening.
Go ahead and lower the microphone. There you go.
Mayor Flores, City Manager Hildreth, and the members of the council. My name is Richard Hatfield, and I live at 253 East Worth Avenue. That's adjacent to the Porterville College Street Improvement Plan. I come before you tonight understanding from an article in the paper that this is going to be a public hearing. Apparently it's not. It wasn't on the agenda as such. So it was suggested that we just make this under oral comments so you're aware of where we along the property lines from this project, let you know what our thoughts and concerns are. I've been a part of the community for over 50 years and a part of this community for a long time. I still try to keep involved in city projects. Example is the beautiful mural across the street, which was one of the big projects that we undertook. By the way, standing at my left is my keeper. He literally keeps me in line. Eddie picks me up if I fall down, but I try not to. So I'm saying that today I'm coming to you to speak in a public hearing as advertised for a March 19th hearing here at the city. That was in the newspaper some time ago. And the city was to consider its intent to vacate a segment of College Avenue at Main Street. The abandonment of the road is part of the Porterville College plan, in which College Avenue will no longer extend to Main Street, as a new road, Trofino Avenue, will connect Main Street to Plano south of the Jamison Stadium. That's the south property line of the college property. That'll make a beautiful new speedway for our members of the community that choose to race and drag race, a real public safety, because that will be a straight road from Maine to Plano, a wide road, plenty of room to race. So we're concerned about it for that. There appears to be a great deal of work on that project down south of the college, even before a public hearing in many cases. I think there have been public hearings as long as a few years ago, but no action or no work took place until they got better financing and are ready to go on it. So I'm not sure that the project down for Trofino Road, Trofino Avenue was be a part of the.
Please summarize in 30 seconds, and please leave your contact information with staff so they
All
can
right.
communicate with you directly.
Well, in summary, we're just recommending an alternate plan which would bring the road back up behind the schools on Plano, and that they would make a bus stop and traffic stop behind the schools and off of Plano, so that you're not caught in the chaos of buses unloading onto Plano every morning and every evening. And I'm sure most of you have suffered through that. I guess my 2 seconds is up, and I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please leave your information. Mr. Ridenour, would you guys know how to contact Mr. Hatfield? Thank you so much.
My name is David Horowitz. I live in Porterville, California. I'm actually here for two reasons tonight. One, I think, is on the calendar for later. I'm not sure that's the place you want to put in on North Grand and the freeway. Are we discussing that later or now?
That would be public hearing. That would be
Okay,
on
great.
item 3.
So the thing I want to discuss now then is where I live. So I live on a road called Boyles. There are homes on one side of the street. On the other side of the street is a huge field. The owners of the property have built a fence. They live off North Grand. They built a fence blocking their home. Now what they have behind the fence out in the field and across from all our homes is a homeless encampment. They built structures like, right now we've got a teepee built out of green garbage sacks. The guy has a stuffed animal on top of it. I don't know what that's about. They've also recently put up on a 20-foot pole an LED light that points directly into my house every night. We've had the police there multiple times. The sheriffs have been there multiple times. There's an illegal dirt road I've been complaining about. We're not supposed to have dirt roads in the city, as far as I understood, but they've built a dirt road because this is not a residence. There are no facilities, so they go out into the field and whip it out and do their business. There's also a trash trailer that they fill up. It probably takes 2 or 3 months to fill it. Every 2 or 3 months, they'll go and take it to the dump and empty it. We, the people that live there, aren't very happy. The road, like I said, is an illegal dirt road. There is no residence back there. I've tried multiple times doing this the right way. So we need to do something about it. So if I can't get the city to protect its citizens, I'm going to put a trailer in front of that dirt road so they do not have access. If the city has a problem with that, they can come talk to me about it. But we're tired of the 25 to 50 cars a day driving in and out of this place. They've been busted as a chop shop. They've been busted for dealing drugs. We finally, somebody, I think, thank you, whoever it was that went by this morning from code enforcement. My wife told me there was a truck that finally went by today. And a little bit later, the police visited the owners of the property, and they have finally mowed down the stuff that was about this high. The unfortunate problem with that is now we have a great view of their homeless encampment. We think as citizens we have a right not to have to deal with this. I've had problems. Luckily, I wasn't home the day it happened because it probably would have not ended pretty. But one of the homeless people was leaving their cart in our front yard. I moved it across the street into the field away from my house. That morning when I wasn't home, my wife was alone. One of them came up to my wife and started to have words with her. She's terrified. She keeps my door deadbolted now during the day. She will not come out of my house during the day. And I'm sorry, but that's just not an acceptable way to live. If the city can't protect its citizens, I guarantee you pretty soon the citizens are going to start protecting themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Horowitz. Is there someone else that would like to come forward? Please do.
Hi, Kathy Capone, Porterville, California, Mayor and City Council. I wanted to tell you briefly about the California Arbor Week planting that we did on March 9th. We did a much better job of advertising. I am so glad that all 5 city council members signed the proclamation for the California Arbor Week. We had online registration. 61 people had signed up on the online registrations by the day before, and 96 people signed in on the day of the planting. We had 25 trees and 96 people. I'm glad I'm a teacher. I was able to give the crowds something useful to do. I had them take a walk in the gardens while half of the people were planting, half of the people were taking a walk. It was a great day, and from that we got several contacts that we are going to follow up. People who are interested in supporting the gardens. We ended up having an elderly couple who live in the neighborhood, as old as I am, I think. Elderly couple who live in the neighborhood adopt a garden from that day. And this Sunday, they came out with their children and grandchildren and cleaned up the garden area. It's a wonderful place out at the Tule River Native Plant Gardens. We now have 26 native plant gardens along that area. And also quickly, I wanted to say about the master plan, draft master plan. I am glad to see the documentation of the different park areas and the improvements suggested. I just got a copy of it to read late this afternoon, or, a digital copy to read late this afternoon, and I will be reading it and making comments. One of the things I wanted to say is that it's wonderful that we have the amount of parkland that we do. And I'm glad that the company noted that the areas that are in development or in planning, because a lot of I don't know the percentage of the acreage, but a lot of the acreage that is noted as parkland is currently undeveloped or underdeveloped. So it's in development or could be improved in its functionality. So I'd love to see us, as recommended, keep at least the amount of parkland that we have per 1,000 people, but it really improve the amenities and the usefulness of the acreage. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Hello. Good evening. Ed McCurvey, District 4. Yeah, I just want to echo those comments from Kathy. I met Kathy last year, and she just does a terrific job out there. They had 13 gardens when I went out there last year, and they have 26 now. It's just phenomenal. We need to get some more trees if we've got 96 people out there to plant them. The underdeveloped area there and the Tule River Parkway, it would just be fantastic to have that as a picnic area and a place to gather and a place to move as the park. It's on the Parkway plan, but it's not really emphasized and it's not on the priority list. I would say that we should bump that up on the priority list, and we need some public comment on that. Of course, I wasn't at the meeting last year, but it checks the boxes, right? If we make sports complex a competitive regional park, which we should, it's a great thing, but we could have this park that covers both north and south at the riverbed, and it can add park access to the south of the city a little bit. I think that we could do that. It gives us the greenways, the throughways, the picnic areas, and the outdoor things that we need that check the boxes. And I think that that's a really cool thing, and if we can get that in a position where it's patrolled and controlled, we'll make sure that it doesn't go back to the way it was when it was neglected and it was overrun with people down there. It would serve both sides of the rivers, obviously, and that helps us with the coverage in the city. And it would complement what we would like to do with a competitive sports complex. I really think we need to continue that development. It's a generational idea. It's something that would bring the community together, and I think everyone would enjoy that, and it would check more of these boxes on place to relax and a place to have greenways and picnic areas. And it would help us to maintain the law and order down there. One of the main things that I think we struggled with in the past 5 or 8 years or so in California at large was just this basic lawlessness that comes from the way that we've been managing our cities and our state. And lawlessness begets lawlessness. It's called law and order because when you have law, you have order. And it's just kind of the same idea when you have the park, because if we can establish that park as a place where we gather and push out the elements that we don't want to be there, it has order. And then we'll be able to control it, and that'll be something that have a long-term solution and a long-term benefit for the entire community. And I think it's something we should emphasize and develop that area that's considered park now, but it's undeveloped and underdeveloped. And there's a lot of great things happening down there, and a lot of people are volunteering, a lot of people are spending time. We should develop that area for our city, and we should continue to make that a priority because it solves other problems that we're facing in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCurvey. Is there someone else who would like to come forward? Please do so.
Hi, my name's Sean Byers. I live at 244
Before you
East Worth
begin,
Avenue.
excuse me, sir, before you begin, thank you.
I live at 244 East Worth Avenue. I'm here also about the college roadway. It directly impacts my property. I've lived there for 25 years. That field is behind us has always been a field. My wife's family's been there for 100 years, and it's always been a field. So this has affected us, our security. We feel unsafe now. There's people that are already using it. Driving down this roadway, they've actually, they got ATVs and stuff like that. We've talked to the developer, the project manager. We talked about different things that would help give us some relief, like a wall, a block wall. That was something that would really benefit us. I'm not sure that that's going to play out. There's been a few things. Other things that we're concerned about is parking along that. There's going to be no houses down there. There should be no parking down there. If there is parking down there, it's going to lead to vandalism and theft from the people that are backed up to that property. And it affects quite a few people down there, and I've spoken to a lot of them down there, and they all feel the same way. I think that it would go a long way if the council members could use some of their influence to maybe help us out getting some type of barrier wall. It's going to create noise that we've never had. It's going to create, they're putting lights out there. And we're not against the project, but one of the things that we were kind of taken off by was one day these tractors showed up in our pasture, and my wife went out there and said, oh yeah, they're building a road right on our fence line. Well, that's all we got. We got nothing, no notice, nothing like that. So kind of upset about that. The community college took the community out of the community college. They've not talked to anybody about it. And I don't really think they're inclined to talk to us about it. We've asked the gentleman, his name is Daniel Reed, and if we could talk to the people that make the decisions, and he's kind of been telling us that, I can relay the messages, and he's basically kind of the go-between. But one of the things that really would go a long ways, if they're intending on keeping the road where it is a nice barrier wall for the property owners there, the stakeholders. You know, the gentleman that had the presentation, the first presentation, he involved the community. There was no involvement with us. So if you could help out, we'd appreciate it.
Mr. Byers, please leave your contact information with staff. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stacy Doyle. I live at 1728 North Cason Lane. I am here tonight to somewhat echo what Mr. Byers and Mr. Hatfield have said. I am representing Farmers Tractor and Equipment Company. We also are impacted by the college project. We've been a business in Porterville since 1936 and maintain the location that we're at adjacent to the college. I think one question I'd like to ask is what we understand about this project is that the road, Triumphal Road, is eventually going to be deeded back to the city. So that will be a city thoroughway. The road that will go from Main Street to Plano will become a city road. So at some point in time, we understand that the city also signed off on this project. And I think what I would like to ask is that how is it that, again, stakeholders, property owners, business owners, we received no information about this at all. I mean, we received a lot of information when the sewer project was going on. We received contact letters. As community members, we weren't asked to be involved with this whatsoever. It really just kind of feels, and when you're on our end, that average Joe and average Jane are just getting steamrolled. And it is really disconcerting to us as community members. My business is not going to be impacted like the property owners. We don't live there. We only work there from 8 until 5. But these property owners are going to be majorly impacted. And again, trying to work through the process after the fact, we knew the advance notice that we knew was when the trucks showed up to start doing the construction. And that's really just not how things should be working. It just isn't. And it's not really acceptable. So we're here petitioning for help. Again, I understand this is a project that's a co-op project between the city and the Kern Community College. And so anything that you could do to help us or help us understand what's happening would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that it is Kern Community College that took the bull by the horn. However, we can't discuss the matter here because it's not on our agenda for discussion, but if you leave your information with staff, they will communicate with you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward under oral communications? This is the time to do so. Is there anyone on virtually?
Yes, there is, Your Honor.
Please let that person in.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. This is Christine Martin. I am just wanting to give a few updates on behalf of the Porterville Chamber this evening. First of all, I just wanted to share that our next coffee with the CEO is going to be held tomorrow, March 20th at 9 a.m. at Stafford's. This is an opportunity that we have for our business members to come down and meet other members, chat with the CEO and the board, and anyone who wants to discuss their business or seek advice or share their needs is welcome to come and join us tomorrow. We've been having a really great response, some really great feedback from the people who've been attending, so we encourage you to come and join us. Just another thing we've been up to over the last month is we've spent that time surveying our members in order to help us develop our legislative priorities for this year. We're going to be sharing our survey results at our next meeting, so our Government Affairs Committee meetings will be resuming on March 28th for our members, and so we're really excited to kind of share some more of those results with them. Our next First Friday coffee is on April 5th at 7 a.m. at Galaxy Theaters in Porterville. It's going to be sponsored by Reach Air Medical Services, so we encourage you to come out and join us for that, learn more about their services, and come enjoy some coffee and some networking. And then lastly, we have coming up in April, we will have a Spring Festival mixer on April 11th at 5:30 p.m. at Don Vino's. This is being sponsored by David Horowitz Jewelry, and this is kicking off our Spring Festival, which is on Saturday, April 13th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Main Street here in Porterville. We'll be having a car exhibit, food and craft vendors, info booth, kids activities, entertainment, chili cook-off, and a lot more stuff. So make sure to come down and check it out and see us that day. And that is all I have for updates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christy. Is there anyone else that is on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to the reports. This is the time for all committee, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational items. We'll go into city commission and committee meetings. Parks and Leisure, we just had the presentation that was done. Library and Literacy Commission.
Good evening. About another 36 minutes, we'll be in spring. And I hope you all noticed that spring is a different day this year. It's one day earlier. I'm happy to give you our report. We have some phenomenal figures. The figures are from February. Our virtual story times, the Facebook stories, we had 1,941 storytime viewers in English and 1,498 in Spanish. That's a total viewers on Facebook of 3,439. Now, I think that's a phenomenal number to be watching our library. But then, you know me, I love the library. I love books. The adult book selection for February was The Wrath of Poseidon by Clive Cussler. And Donna had 7 members attend. And I want to remind you, the book club continues on Saturdays, every 4th Saturday at 2 p.m. And you do receive a copy of the book for the next month. So what more could you ask for if you like to read? The bilingual story time in person at the library on Thursdays had a total number of participants of 96. That's pretty good for our little bitty hole in the wall. The family literacy, which is important because literacy starts when you're still in diapers. Families need to read together, and this is promoting that. They receive a free book monthly, and there were 124 participants in February. Game Day, which is held every second and fourth Sunday and Tuesday, had 96 participants. Excuse me, my eyes jumped. The family literacy had 124 and 96 for the Game Day. The Youth Adult Book Club, which is ages 16 to 24, the book was 5 Survive by Holly Jackson. And that book club meets on the second Saturday of the month at 2 p.m., and all members received a book. Don't know. The number's not here this month. 1,000 books before kindergarten. I've talked about this program before because it's really good. It encourages parents to read books to their children before they first go to kindergarten, so the kids are more, in a way, it prepares them for it. And 6 children signed up. February 2nd and 29th, the California Legal Services Housing Division had a representative and an informational table at the library. Now, here's the one that I like to talk about. February 3rd. We celebrated the 115th birthday of the library. And I had some banter with this gentleman here at the end, who I really knew he was that day. I wanted to see if he got in I think he found out a little bit more why I like books. But it was very good. It was well done. Mayor Flores was there, and Kelly Carrillo was there, and the state librarian. It just was wonderful. There were some people who had actually been to our Carnegie Library that was later replaced. And, you know, I have only been going to the library since '59. Well, that's because I wasn't here before then. I was in Berkeley. But there was a lot of things that we talked about that are becoming the norm in libraries. And multimedia technology, all of that is a part of it. Some people bring their own laptops and connect with what we have there. Me, I don't go into the library as much. I was gifted an iPad, and these old eyes can make the stuff big enough to read. And there's a lot of things that we go. So there were 80 participants there, which was really, it was at the museum. There is a display there, or was a display there, I should say, and it was something to behold for those of us who have been active with the library. February 8th gets started with college representatives from the Porterville College, had an informational booth. February the 9th, Porterville Head Start had a bilingual story time, and they had 45 participants. February 9th, 10th, 16th, and 17th was when the library exhibit was there in the museum. And we really owe thanks to the library, not to the library. The library, the city owes thanks to the museum for hosting this wonderful event. And they really worked hard to make it work, and we should be proud of what they did. Now, February 10th, Galaxy Theater's Peppa Pig Cinemas Party. There were 37 participants. And Food and Trucks in the Veteran Park event, staff had an informational booth, and there were 108 participants. Now, if they were having taco trucks, I missed that. February the 16th and 8th Annual Farmers Appreciation Day. Staff had informational booth to promote our services, and a spin and win, which had giveaways. And there were 86 participants. As someone who was a farmer, rancher, and whose children are all involved in that now, still, I appreciated such things. The 27th, Bellevue Family Literacy Night, staff read Dr. Seuss books and promoted the services. There were 105 participants. And February 28th, Read Across America at Santa Fe Elementary School. Dr. Seuss books again were read to the first grade students, and there were 200. Staff ran various crafts throughout the month of February, and there were 52 participants. So February was busy. Something we're discussing now at our Library and Literacy Commission meeting on the 12th of this month. There is a conference coming up that the last time it was held in California was 2015, and it's the American Library Association Conference. It's a pretty important thing with what it discusses in libraries. And since we are working on providing information to the city so that we can have a really great library, I won't accept anything less than great personally. We are going to be sending 2 commissioners to this. Staff will be going also, but it is an extremely information-filled conference on what modern libraries have and how they get them, and how they fund them, and all kinds of things like that. So that's my report for tonight. And I want to thank those of you who participated in the event at the museum. It was beautiful. I sat in the back because my back does not like chairs that are scattered around the world. I like my recliners, so I'm going to go home and do that. And I wish you all a beautiful first day of spring tomorrow.
Thank you, Edith, for your report. Okay. No Arts Commission, Animal Control Commission, Youth Commission, Talk? No? Staff informational reports.
Thank you, Your Honor. We do have two staff informational reports this evening. That would be the Water Conservation Phase 4 status update for February 2024 and the new Porterville Rescue Mission update. Staff is available to present staff reports, or we can answer any questions.
Council, you had the time to read your staff informational reports. Did you have any questions of staff? Councilmember Wyrock, go ahead.
Thank you. It's just nice to see the reduction in the use of water. However, looks like it's slowly staying below the previous year for these first couple of months of the current year. I was just wondering if there's information about the metered connections, the smart meters that we were installing around town and getting ready to roll out, if we've finished that process or halfway through, if we could just get an update on that.
I wish we were halfway through. And 17,000 meters is going to be a little bit of an undertaking. We're about at the 5,000 mark now. We are working in integrating the new communications between our data collectors. The data collectors have been installed, repeaters are all installed, and we're about 5,000 meters in. So
5,000. Thank you. That was it, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comment or question on staff informational? No? All right, then we'll move on to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. Okay, council, how do you wish to proceed? We have items 1 through 12.
If there's no conflicts, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent items 1 through 12.
We have a
second.
motion and a second. No further discussion. Call for the vote. It passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. We will now move on to public hearing number 13.
Thank you, Your Honor. We do have 3 public hearings for you this evening. The first is the North Grand Conditional Use Permit, PRC number 21-2028-C, and tentative parcel map, public hearing continuance. And our contract city planner, Jeff O'Neill, will be presenting this item.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Your Honor. Jeff O'Neill, City Planner. What we have tonight here on the first public hearing, the applicant is proposing to subdivide an existing 8.52 acre parcel at the northwest corner of North Grand and State Route 65 into 4 parcels that range from 0.86 acre to 3.94 acres for commercial development. And at this time, only parcel 3, which is at the northeast corner of North Grand and Douglas, is proposed for any development. That development does consist of a 7,200 square foot commercial building that would have a convenience store, including off-sale beer and wine sales, and then a drive-through facility that could be that would be for a quick serve restaurant. The service station would have 10 multi-product fuel dispensers located along the North Grand frontage, just south of the store, so between the store and the street there. Both of the uses, the service station and any use involving alcoholic beverages, requires a conditional use permit. And in this case, the type requested from ABC is consistent with a type 20 off-sale beer and wine license. The site is designated retail centers by the general plan and is zoned retail centers as well. which that combination of general plan, land use, and zoning does support the type of proposed uses. As mentioned, the project would also subdivide the property into 4 parcels via a tentative parcel map right now, followed by a parcel map if approved. There are findings required for the city council to approve a conditional use permit, and the 2 findings are included in the report with the evidence to support them. Currently, the census tract in which this site is located is allowed to have up to 4 on-sale and 5 off-sale alcohol licenses. This is determined based on population by the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control. And if a larger number of licenses exist within the tract, then it's considered to be oversaturated or overconcentrated or have an undue concentration. In this particular case, the census tract is at the maximum that would be determined based on population. And so if the ABC license, in order for it to be approved, the city would have to issue a finding of public convenience or necessity, which is a copy of which is included in the staff report. In this event, there would be 1 license extra for the off-sale type. On January 26th, the environmental coordinator made a preliminary determination that this proposal would be exempt from review under the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15315, which is minor land divisions, along with 15303, which is new construction or conversion of small structures. We'd be happy to answer any questions from the City Council. The applicant and representatives, along with staff members, are present in the audience. We would request that you open the public hearing and take any testimony regarding the project.
Thank you. And this is a continuance of the public hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. It is 7:41. I will open up the continuance of the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to come forth on this project, on this one?
We're prepared for you. We don't like it. We don't want it. We're totally against it. Here's 200 and some odd signatures of the people that live in that area that do not want it. You guys have not done your due diligence as usual. We're going to have another Lombardi school situation going on. I live down the road from it. When I'm coming home at night from Main Street over to my house, it takes me 3 times sitting there at a green light. It goes green, it goes red. It goes green, it goes red. Finally, on the 3rd green, I'm able to make it through. You've got traffic that's backed up from the freeway all the way to the storage facilities on the one side. On the other side, traffic backs up from the freeway all the way just about to Putnam Street, or Prospect, whatever that is. At any rate, our problem is traffic congestion, also accessibility. There's not enough entrances, and there's not enough road work there for people to get in through. There's going to be a lot of noise. There's going to be accidents that happen. And we've already got a problem over there with vagrants because of the place across the street from me that is allowing all these derelicts there. So what you're doing is you're not doing any favors to us. Like the gentleman said, we're already at our limit for liquor. What do we need another liquor store for? You know, the people that I understand are building this project are already building one on Olive Street. They've already got one in Stratton. They need one in the middle. Come on. At the expense of the residents. We've got, it turns out 211 signatures. I'll be willing to turn this in to any of you that want to read them. It's also got everybody's name, address on here, signed by them, saying we do not want this project. It's kind of interesting that this is the first I've really heard of it. So it's kind of like the young lady back there from the Tractor Supply. You people seem to do what you want to do and keep it as secret from us as possible until it's to the point where you say, well, we're already doing it. You know, this is not the way to run a community. If you people want to run a community, you should plan more. You haven't planned for anything in 15 years for the expansion of this community. You've just done things and said, oh, the traffic will help it fix itself. The traffic will not fix itself. You have to fix the traffic problem. Until you fix the traffic problem, you should stop adding all these additional things to the community. We can't handle it, okay? Let's improve our downtown if you want to do some improvements. When I opened 33 years ago at Horowitz Jewelry, I had to wait 6 months for a spot on Main Street. I opened out of my garage and did jewelry repair out of my garage for 6 months because there wasn't a spot on Main Street. Take your pick now. If you want to develop the community, develop Main Street. I mean, we've got businesses that want to go in there, but then you give them a hard time. You harass anybody, any private business that wants to go in, but these corporates that take all their money out of town, you're thrilled to death with. It makes no sense. The corporate does not support your Little League. The corporate does not support your schools. The corporate does not support your service organizations. We do all that. Who supports the mixer? Not the corporates. It's guys like me that support your mixers. It's guys like me that support your community. And the problem is you're ignoring the people like us and you're listening to these big dollar people that come from out of our community.
Thank you. Is there someone else who would like to come forward on this project, this one?
Good evening, thank you. Rebecca Gonzalez, Porterville. I'm one of those signatures on that petition that you guys have. We live in that area. We deal with this every day. The traffic is insane. You cannot get in and out easily. Where I'm at, there's one way in and one way out, as there is. Then when you get to North Grand, it takes you forever to get where you've got to go because of all the traffic, and with the new traffic turn signals, it's even worse. On top of that, I'm concerned about the safety of our homes with everything that this is going to bring in, the vagrants that are going to end up there, the amount of negativity, I'm sorry, that I'm feeling for this project, and the fact that even though I'm not right there, I'm kind of around the corner, I wonder why we were not notified, just like the others are saying. Is this a common thing? Because that's not how it should be. But I don't know if you're aware of the water in that area. That is not even drinkable water, and you want to put a convenience store there? You want to put other things there? We don't even have enough fire hydrants to support if we have a fire over there. So I don't understand the logic behind putting in another convenience store just to have it. I don't understand the purpose of it and why they call it a need. Why do we need it? We have a perfectly fine convenience store down the way. We do not need this much commercial construction by our homes. We don't want the noise, we don't want the vagrants, we don't want the traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward on this project? Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Then it is 7:51. Public hearing is closed. I'm going to bring it to council. And if we have any questions, we can ask them of Mr. O'Neill and move on with that. Councilmember Beltran, did you have any comment to this regard on this item?
I'll just make some brief comments. I appreciate the public's input. I'm sorry to hear the frustration from you guys. This, I'm sure, as hopefully the business owners that are in chambers today understand, City Council does not pick and choose who comes to Porterville, who chooses to invest their money in our community. These things come to our agenda, they're public, everybody has notice to them. I'm not sure the whole, same thing for I don't want to bring the other situation, but the college, that's their project. These things are put up in public notices for the most part in the newspapers. I get it, not everybody gets them. So we don't pick and choose who does business in Porterville. We try to make the best decision with the information that we're given. You guys did highlight some issues. I don't go to that area often, but I know when I do, the traffic can get pretty hectic. I haven't been in there since they put in the turn signals, so I don't know how effective those are working out. I know they were causing accidents and problems like that, so I know that was, I believe staff, if they could, Caltrans is in charge of those lights. I don't think the city has anything to do with how those work. So that's an unfortunate situation. I do appreciate that you guys weren't maybe notified as much as you would like to, but good on you for getting over 200 signatures in a short period of time, so that you guys are bringing awareness to the people in that area. So I don't know as far as the traffic, because that wasn't addressed in this issue, but I'm trying to think of other areas that were developed in our community that were kind of quiet areas, and as businesses are looking to build, those residents, I'm sure in those little areas, did not want something in their backyard. And so I'm just thinking of the Walmart situation. Everybody wishes we had a new Walmart, but there were people in the community that fought against it, and we have, well, and the council listened, so whether it's 2 or 1,000, now we have that situation. Smart and Final built a beautiful area, but I'm sure those residents are like, oh, here's traffic coming down our little street. So I do have sympathy for what a new business can cause. The vagrancy problem, homelessness problem, maybe this will get more light there, you know. It won't be a place maybe for people to loiter. If it's a problem, PD's there. You got to take the good with the bad. Love your guys' opinions. Everybody's got one. I'd hate for us to say no because somebody didn't like something. I think Porterville would end up Dust Bowl if we just said no to everything people didn't like. I understand that this isn't going to be convenient. Hopefully the traffic issue could be addressed. But just being in full disclosure, that's my opinion. That's what I see on this. It brings jobs, brings tax revenue, development to something. What else could be there? I don't know what else you guys would want. It's zoned for that purpose. So I'm not sure what else business you guys would want to see there, because eventually something will be built there. It's not a matter of picking and choosing who does. It's if it works and it's zoned for. So that's all I have to say for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Please refrain comments. The public hearing is closed. I'm kindly asking you. I'm going to now bring it back to council. Councilmember Wyrock, is there anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, there's on item number 13, the second page under section 1, there's a bullet point, the third bullet point. I think it might be just a typo. Ensure that the new development pays for the public facilities and infrastructure improvements required to meet the demands resulting from that growth. Can I get clarification on that paragraph? What does that mean? Infrastructure improvements in particular?
Councilmember Wyrock, are you referring to under the first finding, one of the bullet points there?
Yes, it's LU-G-5 under section
got
1.
it.
Thank you.
Yeah, so coincidentally, many of the conditions of approval attached to this parcel map and to the conditional use permit specifically require the installation of the very improvements that people are dissatisfied with the absence of right now. The applicant would be required to widen North Grand across the project frontage to 4 lanes, which is as much as we can make them do under the law. Similarly, they are consulting with Caltrans and preparing a traffic study to assess how the project will affect the intersection of North Grand and 65. It's a Caltrans facility, so Caltrans is the only entity that can control what goes on at that intersection. So in any case, one of the conditions of approval is that they will consult with and apply all of the requirements of Caltrans. So when Caltrans determines if there's a different signal timing that's required, if there's different infrastructure that's needed at that intersection, it'll be the project's responsibility, to install those facilities or accommodate whatever improvements are required. Similarly, there are landscaping requirements that are indicated on the site plan and in the conditions of approval such that there would be a buffer. The site is required to be brightly lit, but it's also required to maintain light on the property to avoid light spillage onto adjacent properties. If there are any other specific questions about the infrastructure requirements, we can probably address those.
Yeah, I've got a couple of more.
Fire away.
Okay, so when it comes to Caltrans and the study of that intersection, do you know roughly the time frame of when they last did one? Because the timing of those lights in the last 5 years seems to have changed. And what would make them have to change it within the next 2 or 3 years while this development's getting built? Should it be built there?
Specifically, there could be other factors that are not related to this project, but specifically related to this are the results of the traffic study that the applicant is preparing right now, and they're coordinating directly with Caltrans on that. The city will end up getting a copy of that so we know what's in it. But if the results of the traffic generation of this project necessitates those changes, the project is required to comply with that.
Does the developer have an ETA for the time that the Caltrans report will be issued for staff to consider?
They can probably speak directly to that, but my impression as of a week ago was that it was very close, which doesn't help you, but they can probably provide a better answer.
I'd be open to hear.
Go ahead.
If it pleases the mayor and the council. Hello.
Hi, so this will be, we've submitted two.
I'm sorry, can I get your name, please?
Jessica
Hi,
Zapata with
Jessica.
Hughes Surveying. We submitted two traffic studies, but we've changed the site plan several times. And so this traffic study is being revised. It'll be sent to the city, but to Caltrans more importantly, because Caltrans will be the ones making the comment. We're anticipating within a month, we'll have it to them, and hopefully no more than another month to have comments back from Caltrans. This does not affect North Grand, as the city has already put comments on North Grand to expand it, and we're more than willing to do that, to do the frontage improvements, which is obviously more asphalt, curb gutter, sidewalk. All that is addressed by the city. Caltrans specifically said they will not comment on North Grand because it's the city's road.
Sure. Thank you for that information. Do you mind if I ask staff some questions and then I might come back to you?
Yeah, not a problem.
Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Thank you for that courtesy. So with the plans, it looks like the access is is it only a right turn lane off of Douglas, but then there's also a turn lane off of some access way to the east of the property?
Yes, Councilmember Wyrock. So to the this property is, there are two properties in this overall parcel map that would abut North Grand, and this is the western of the two. So what you're seeing on there to the east of this site is it straddles the property line between the parcel 3 and the parcel immediately to the east of it, which then abuts 65 on its east side.
So you would, as the developer, you'd be creating and building one road. It looks like on the right side of this photograph coming in, we have North Grand at the bottom. You would be creating a road for access a certain distance back from Highway 65 and that streetlight. Is there a streetlight plan to go at that new road? Is there a streetlight plan to go at Douglas?
Yeah, that's actually just a driveway. There would be a shared drive approach that goes back into the overall future development of the larger parcel, but it's not an actual public street.
Okay.
I don't believe they included the larger, it's like
didn't.
9-point-something acres, the total. So this kind of, and I don't know if you want to, I'll give it to you. This is the highway, and it comes, there's more property, and then it comes in with
Yes.
the easement, so
Yeah, thank
it
you.
kind of shows it more. It's not just a driveway for this.
Is there a reason why you selected that parcel that's to the east and closest to Douglas and not right up along of 65?
So the development for that, that site was just, we designed that for the gas station. There will be other development in the future. I can't say when or exactly what, but this is all commercial. And so
And are you the owner of all of these parcels?
I am not the owner. I am the representative for we're the land surveyor for it.
Land surveyor. Okay, so, thank you. back
The-
to staff.
The
and-
owner is here if you do have other
No,
questions.
no, that's okay. I was just wondering, well, maybe, I was just wondering about future developmental plans and hopes for the landowner at that property. You've heard that our community is concerned, the neighbors are concerned. So what else is going to happen around there, is your hope?
Yeah, my name is Mo Mathana. I'm actually a developer with C2C Construction. It's going to be a beautiful development. This is phase 1 of 4 in this area. The reason we chose the gas station to the left of the development was for many reasons. One was because of the setback from Highway 65 that Caltrans is imposing.
Okay.
And it fits the design for the car wash and the future QSRs, quick service restaurants, future supermarket that we're planning out there. This thing is actually fully designed, but we're building it in phases. And then there's a reason why everything's in a specific area, and that's why we're here for the parcel maps and the tentative agreements.
Sure.
A lot of the things that the public is voicing is actually all being addressed in this conditional use permit, from site improvements, streetlights, lighting, landscaping. So I'm not really sure how it works, how the public is, what parts of the report they get
I
that,
think we just kind of work for them,
yeah.
you know?
But everything that they brought up was addressed and pretty much agreed upon.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just with staff again, but there's no streetlight at Douglas. They're going to submit a plan to Caltrans, their traffic study. Caltrans has a book of work. Is there any commitment from Caltrans that this is a high priority thing for them to review developers, traffic plan?
We have some correspondence with Caltrans, but most of the recent discussions have been between the design professionals on the applicant side and Caltrans, because they specifically relate to the intersection at 65.
I can probably help answer your question. So I know sometimes when developers submit stuff to Caltrans, it sits for a while, and we don't want that. We don't just work with Caltrans for our private owners. Wiley Hughes, the owner, is also a city surveyor for several cities. So we check maps like this too and work with them. So we're actually working with David Deal, and he's pretty responsive when we request stuff. So when we submit it, I don't anticipate more than 30 days to get a response from them. And it's not a first submittal. It's a revision to the bigger plan and then an adjustment to the convenience store gas station. So it won't be like their first time looking at it. I do expect a quick turnaround.
So back to staff. I've got I'm going to need a few more minutes, if you don't mind. So this driveway to the right of the diagram is going to be a temporary access. And I get that the gas station has to be set back from the freeway because a Caltrans requirement. So that's the spot that you got to go. But that roadway and where that comes out is what, less than 200 yards from the Highway 65, isn't it?
The right turn in, I don't know what it's.
It's about 240 plus or minus, but our total frontage is only 477, so we're kind of in the middle. Do you want to look at this?
No. But my question is, traffic coming up Grand is at that spot going west is one lane until it gets to somewhere around where you're going to cut in this temporary road. But that temporary road, I don't know if you're only going to build a half road or if we're going to require a full road with curbs and everything. But my point is the safety. People coming out at that intersection trying to make a left-hand turn with traffic coming off of the 65 and it's not a controlled intersection, that concerns me. The second one, just from a public safety standpoint, is no light at Douglas. There's not even a crosswalk from 65 all the way up to, I don't know, Newcomb. There's not a crosswalk across there, and yet we have school and school kids crossing the streets. So I would like to see, some type of traffic control device.
The road is right in and right out, so there won't be people turning that way from that road.
So when you come out of
It's
this,
not a road, it's
when
an
we come out to West Grand, we can only turn right? So then how are people going to get back to the highway?
So there's entrances and exits on Douglas that they can come down and make that left turn.
You're going to put more traffic on
And so then, that leads to Douglas, and we've been talking about.
Excuse me, we're having the conversation, so it's between council members and them.
We've been talking about
Please.
Douglas, and that's an existing road. We just had a sewer improvement district go through there, and it's been great, and they've been working on the roads, and I think your property might come up against some of those improvements and might need some more
We're
improvements.
actually going to, I believe Douglas will be expanded on
That's correct.
our side.
That's correct.
We're not
This will
going to
be
come up
expanding
against
Douglas on the east.
what's built. What you see looks like the road, but there's still more road to be built by the owners, which they're going to do. So it'll be a 30-foot from the center line onto us.
Is Douglas planned to be widened from North Grand all the way to the backside of this development and all the way to where it intersects with 65 on that arc? Or,
Specifically, this project will have to do the street improvements all across both of its street frontages.
before they build the gas station?
We can't require that they do that before they, under state law, we can't require that they do that before they.
But if they
build.
were to offer, I mean, if
They were
it's
to
going to
offer,
get
that would
built
be
and
swell.
approved up here.
Yeah. At one point of clarification too, what we're referring to as an access, the eastern part of this, that's a permanent entrance and exit that'll be part of the overall development. So it'll be built the way that it's supposed to be built for the overall development, just to facilitate this.
So people heading east on North Grand, before you get to the 65, you can make a left on this new access road to get in there.
For some of the specific turning movement questions and very specific street improvement questions, probably Javier would be a
Oh,
good
hey,
source for
Javier, I
that.
didn't see
Yeah,
you
he's
back
hiding
there.
in the back
I'm
there.
sorry.
And the frontage improvements along Douglas is about 1,100 feet, a little bit short of 1,100 feet. So we would improve Douglas from North Grand, 1,100 feet to the end of our property. Not
End of your
when we-
property, not just the lot, but the whole property.
Yes. As we
Are you
develop.
planning any kind of sound wall or block
So I
wall
believe there
along
was
Douglas?
requirements for, what is it called? I want to say a curtain, it's not a curtain. Like, to separate kind of the commercial area from
Yeah.
obviously the,
Yeah.
what is it called? It's in here. It's a condition, so it will be addressed.
And is it like 10 foot high, 12
It's
feet
not, I
high?
don't think it's a wall
There's
on
not a
that
wall
side because
requirement.
there's a street.
There's no wall on Douglas,
No, but
but there will be lighting pointed towards the parking lot. Or come on.
Yes, correct, interior to the property.
Okay.
You gonna-
I think I'm good. I'll just stay with staff for now. Thank you so much for the courtesy. Do appreciate it. We do appreciate it. If I may, Director Sanchez? Yeah, Javier? Put my heart at ease.
So ultimately, if we go based on the general plan, North Grand Avenue is a major arterial from Prospect Street to Highway 65 and beyond as you go east. Ultimately, it's going to extend all the way as a major arterial to Plano Street. But specific to this development in front of us, we have required the applicant to dedicate 58 feet of right-of-way, which is half of the 116 feet right-of-way necessary for a four-lane arterial with the median in the middle. But the improvements will be phased as far as when that median will be required. They obviously will have the curb gutter sidewalk and landscaping all built now with the widened roadway, but the roadway will continue to be one lane until the traffic counts dictate that, you know, there's too many movements going on that'll lead to potential accidents or collisions. And at that time, we would do a median. The traffic control would not be at Douglas Street. It would most likely be at Prospect Street. But based on the existing conditions that everybody's aware of, it will take some serious acquisitions from Douglas to Prospect to make that four-lane roadway happen because houses
House is
exist.
right there. Yeah. Just a couple of more quick questions. The residents on the west side of Douglas, so we didn't hear about a solid wall of any kind to reflect any noise that might come from the parking lot. The lights, I guess, they're going to be directed towards the facility and not bleed off into the neighborhood. We don't have any traffic control plan for West Grand at either of these entrances. There's no crosswalks already. We heard about public notices, and there might be a way that we can open up the way we communicate what's going on, and for people that don't search the paper all the time for these types of developments. But when we come into Porterville, I know on the other side of the 65 on the east side and slightly to the north, there's going to be a new flagpole erected, huge flag, welcoming people to our city. Do we want a gas station to be the next thing that they see, along with red lawnmowers and, storage? And what's planned for the other side of North Grand? The big parcel on the frontage, is there
the
any?
south side.
Developers? Yeah, the south side, thank you.
It's all zone commercial. So as long as the use is listed in the specific commercial zoning,
Yeah.
it could be allowed either by right or by conditional use permit.
And if there's a strong anchor tenant in an area, doesn't that bring other like development typically?
Yes.
A couple more things. At the very bottom there, are those superchargers for electric vehicles? Or are those just parking lots?
The 10 like ribbon-looking items?
Yeah, all the way across the bottom inside of the green, between a couple of green little, yeah, all of that
Those-
there.
Those are just numbers on the parking stalls.
So it's just parking.
Yeah,
there.
they're just, the way that this is shown, they're just showing parking spaces. They will be required to install a certain number of accessible spaces and EV charging spaces. That just isn't necessarily, that's,
A state code or?
yeah, that's just state law for,
Yeah, you'd see them
Okay,
up
so
there
we're not going to have
close to
Teslas parked up alongside of Highway 65 getting supercharged at a gas station that we newly built, and that's a point I was making.
that would be.
I'm good, I really appreciate.
Councilmember, do you mind if I address the public noticing? Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on that real quickly. So the Government Code Section 65091 requires for conditional use permits 300-foot individual mailed notification.
Oh, thank you.
But Porterville's code requires 500 feet for alcohol-related uses. So as part of this, the public hearing notice was published in the paper, and it was also individually mailed to the owners of property within 500 feet around the exterior boundary of the parcel. And that would have been for the public hearing from 2 weeks ago, which was continued to date certain to tonight. So it wasn't re-noticed, but the original notice went out to just under 100 surrounding property owners within a 500-foot buffer around.
Okay. Can we speak to the water? I mean, that's city water lines, right? And new city sewer.
I'll provide that. So we did just recently go through the sewer annexation that addressed those issues, the underserved, unmet needs in that community for sewer. And then the city currently does have water down Douglas Street to the back of those residences or that subdivision there. But that area is served by Del Oro. And as council is aware, we've entered into a financing agreement with water boards, and we're through that process now, and there will be additional items coming to council in the near future as the status of that project. But the long-term solution for that area, much like some of the additional areas on the north side of West North Grand, the city has consolidated those systems and served those systems. So we're in the process of negotiating those details and bringing that back to council. And eventually, long-term solution would be for the city to serve that area north of West North Grand in the vicinity of this project.
Thank you, Director Knight.
I would also like to point out, if I may, and again,
Please.
it's not my intention to convince you to do one thing or another, but to allow the council to proceed with a full volume of information about the project in front of you. So one of the conditions of approval does require, as you can see, the green areas on the site plan there are landscaped areas, and they're a minimum of 15 feet deep, most of the place, but specifically between the site and across Douglas. Now, there is a screening requirement in the conditions of approval that will help both with headlights from cars, it will help to some extent with sound, and it gives the city and the applicant the option of using things like low walls, screening hedges, those sorts of things that will both help with, like I said, low-level light as well as noise. So there are some considerations built in to our conditions of approval that address some of the overall concerns.
Thank you. That leads me to my final question, and I appreciate the patience of the council and staff. I think we have a noise level requirement of like, is it 85 decibels? Within a certain distance from the border of a industrial or commercial property, isn't, there's some kind of noise element, and that car wash, you know, I don't know what time it's gonna turn off, but I know my neighbor doesn't play his radio too loud, too late anymore, thankfully. But what about the noise from car washes?
And you can also set standards in the conditions. The council can say this cannot operate past a certain time. If the facility is going to be open till, I'll just say 11 o'clock at night, what have you, you can limit the hours of operation for things like the car wash, such that, and again, my experience with car washes, especially newer ones, is they're not particularly noisy, especially because of the decreasing noise with distance and then screening materials. But nonetheless, you can set limitations on the hours of operations for things like that.
For just car wash, but
You could.
if the vendor wants to have 24/7 for alcohol sales, you can sell till 2 in the morning or whatever the law requires.
You can also limit those things.
We can limit that. So can you show me on the map where the car wash is, planned to be?
Yeah, that threw me for a loop because there is no.
Is it the one-way line?
No.
Oh. Okay, yeah, so there is no car wash proposed as part of this gas station.
It's not here.
All right.
There could be if, the rest of the site develops in the future.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
That threw me briefly.
Thank you, staff.
You're welcome. Councilmember Meister.
Well, I just want to disclose that me and Mr. Horowitz did have a conversation on this, and my stance was firm with him in the sense of going forward with this project. And just to echo what Councilmember Beltran said earlier, if we continue to push entrepreneurs out of our community, we're going to lose that kind of business. Great job, Don, or Councilman Wyrock, on kind of picking this apart. What I did not pick up on, so exiting out onto North Grand, there will only be a right-handed turn there.
At the private drive approach, it'll be right in, right out.
And so what we're going to be doing is pushing, if someone wants to get on the highway, they're going to be pushed to Douglas Street.
That's how that works, yes.
Okay, is there any future predictions for Douglas to go through to Linda Vista? Is that in the master plan at all? Is that?
Wouldn't think so.
Yeah, I believe in the circulation element, there's a street, potentially not Douglas, but just east of there is a frontage road that will connect North Grand to Linda Vista.
I pride myself on being a populist man of the people, and I must admit, when I see 200 signatures come in, it moves me. At the same time, I don't want to push away people trying to produce in our community. And I would just want to highlight, we're all dealing with traffic. I live down the street from this. I deal with this in my neck of the woods too, and it's the drop-off and pickup times for school, right? And is there a crosswalk at, sorry, it's going to be Javier. Is there a crosswalk at North Grand and Prospect?
I'd have to look at an aerial. It may just be down at,
There's not, okay. And so these are good points that have been brought up, and thank you to the public and staff. Go ahead.
I add
Javier.
one thing though, but just because, so there isn't a striped crosswalk, but per the vehicle code, any intersection is by default a legal crossing. So, so there's that. I know it's semantics, but again, a stripe paint a painted line on the road, it directs people to where they should be and pay attention to things, but from a safety standpoint, it's all about, are the vehicles going to do the right thing? Are pedestrians going to do the right thing? Is everybody going to exercise due care?
Yeah, and I get what you're saying. So you're saying just because a crosswalk's there doesn't mean they're going to use it?
Or it doesn't make it necessarily safe.
Yeah. So could there be future plans for maybe like one of those, was a hawk crosswalk where you have flashing lights, they press a button and it notifies a driver? Is there any kind of future plans like that in this area?
The future plan would most likely be a traffic signal when the 4-lane roadway ultimately goes all the way to Prospect.
Which comes with this project. And that was something I did want to point out. With this project coming in, we will have 4 lanes there. Currently there is curb and gutter, but there is no sidewalk, and so that'll bring in too. Plus, it adds a drive-through with the ability to get gas there off of Highway 65. I know the ranch market is down the street. Something else that just from my experience shopping at these local gas stations, charge $10 for a gallon of milk. And this creates competition in our community and hopefully drives the price of milk or a soda or whatever it is you're getting down. I mean, America is based on capitalism. You have an entrepreneur that bought land that wants to develop, and we don't want to follow in the trend of pushing away developers. My last question, with the lights on Highway 65, is there potential for, if it's not triggered by the traffic already, is there potential for the city to partner with Caltrans on fixing some of these traffic issues off of Highway 65?
Caltrans would be the lead on that. As most everybody knows, the protected lefts for turns off of North Grand were installed several weeks ago, and it was because of the number of collisions, because it was a left turn yield, not protected.
Yeah.
But again, as you've heard, it's created other issues because now there's longer waits, because now only one side can go while the other one waits, because there's not enough width and offset on the turn lanes to turn safely without cars running into each other. And so that's why Caltrans did that.
I've been there actually coming west at North Grand, and I was going to turn left, and someone passed by me on the right-hand side, and I was just interesting. So I get needing the signals there. Has there been any contact with Caltrans on that issue, being that it's creating the delays?
That is what's currently being analyzed with the traffic study. As you've heard, our planner and the applicant state, we're just awaiting the results of those traffic studies. And the level of improvements will depend on how much of an impact each phase will create as it develops. Gotcha. So there may be very minimal, if no impact based on just this parcel being developed now, but maybe depending on how much traffic is developed with phase 2, it might trigger some other improvements then. So we just need to see the numbers.
Gotcha. So, okay. Thank you, Javier. And that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Mine will be short. I think
Address any of these things? Because we've been in contact with Caltrans, and they don't know anything about it.
Vice Mayor, please continue.
so. I was going to just say mine will be short. I think that there are some great questions asked to the staff. Thank you, community, for coming in and asking the questions and providing feedback. I think that what happens is during a public hearing, when the community comes in and issues are brought up, then it allows council to ensure either respond to those ourselves or ask the staff that work on those projects and around those issues like traffic and water and notice. Those are things we want to make sure we address, and then it allows for staff to be able to respond to those things. So I think that for me, I feel like it's working, that we're trying to make sure that the community here is getting the answers that they're asking about. But I wanted to ask, just to confirm, can you state again how many mailers were sent out? I thought I heard a number, but I don't want to restate it.
I believe Oscar Zepeda is the one who actually sent the mailers out, but as I just did a quick parcel search, there are 95 properties within 500 feet of the exterior boundary of this. So approximately 95 notices should have gone out.
Okay, thank you. Within the 500 feet buffer, okay. And then, just as the mayor, as she opened this public hearing, I just wanted to also reiterate that this is continued. So this is the second time that this was a continued opportunity for the community to come and speak on that. And I think that a lot of the concerns will be addressed in the traffic study, and then all the conditions that are outlined in the staff report, which is public information, and it includes all these maps, and you can get it from the website also, to kind of look at those proposed things that will be addressed during development. So I don't have any other questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Please.
I just also want to apologize to Mr. Horowitz and staff because he did reach out to me about the homeless encampment last week, and I waited till our meeting on Monday to address it. So I just want to put that on record, that that's on me in that sense of not coming forward with that right when David called me about that encampment. So
If I may, and staff is actually looking at that encampment. I know PD is actually aware of it and working on that, so.
yeah, Mr. Horowitz's comments were there, and he said code enforcement was there today, so I do appreciate that. But that was my fault that it wasn't addressed last week, so I just want to put that on record. Thank you.
I want to thank everybody for their comments, public and the questions, and again, the developer to this regard. A lot of people assume that we're not proactive to support business, but we are. And that is a number one, and that is a given, because regardless, if they come and they want to open a business and they've gone through the process, it is important that they work through staff and to be supportive of bringing and to generate, and I get it, and I understand the concerns. As we heard Mr. O'Neill go through, it's all in the conditional use permit. We did open up the public hearing on March the 5th. We continued the public hearing to this evening. This is the second time the noticing to this regard did go out. And Councilmember Beltran, Weirach-Meister, and Vice Mayor have all echoed how proactive it is to support a business in their own way. And one of you, if you reached out to a council member, that is good. And for full disclosure, anytime we speak to a constituent in the audience that may come or they call us and we disclose it, that we've had the communication so that people are aware of it. And if there would have been electronic correspondence, that's also public information. I just want to say, staff, to each and every one of you that have been participants to this, and to the developers that have brought it in, everything that you have brought in this plan is all in the conditional use permit. This could be looked at another time. I mean, not if there's modifications that need to be brought, you work directly with staff, and they guide you and that they assist you. I have no further comment other than to specifically say that in the development of a new business, especially for people who are young and are being proactive, to make Porterville a place of their business for people to come and shop there. Thank you. Please.
I hate to follow you, Mayor. You make such great closing comments, but a couple of things came to mind. And again, it's about the design. Are there any profiles of the building, what they might look like? Have any of those drawings been submitted on what the facility is going to look like? Or not yet?
We have not seen elevations of the buildings yet.
Okay. The reason I ask is I would hate for it to get further down the road and then all of a sudden, design review or whatever, it just, becomes different. Then my last question is, there's a new fuel station going in, excuse me, on the west side of the 65 at Olive. So we have a fuel station there, pretty accessible with street lights and ways in and out and a fully developed intersection. That seems pretty safe. There's crosswalks, there's traffic signals. This just seems a little bit on the edge at this point, and I don't know if we're allowed to put conditions like there's going to be no construction here until all of the infrastructure is done, the roads are done, traffic studies are done, signal lights are put in if they're called for. You know, it's just stuff that's on my mind. And I know we want business here, and believe me, I want more businesses here selling and generating tax revenue, but I don't want it to come at an expense to, possible harm to individuals.
Yeah, would you like some feedback on that last
Sure.
part? So, yes, we will be requiring the improvements commensurate with the development of the convenience store. However, under the Subdivision Map Act, the state's Land Division Act, for a parcel map, we can only impose the requirements as each parcel develops, unless we make specific findings that other portions of the infrastructure are absolutely necessary for purposes of health and safety.
For the first parcel.
For the first parcel. And then if the next parcel over develops, more infrastructure gets put in. But generally with parcel maps, it's parcel by parcel. So that was my feedback on that part.
Thank you. Thank you again, Madam Mayor.
That's fine. And once again, a parcel map has to go through a process, even if it's a tentative. It has to go through a process. And it's always subject to the conditions and approval of whatever is put in the conditional use permit. It's outlined. Everything that Mr. O'Neill stated as far as the lighting and it's in here. Everything is, it's public information, it's public record to that regard. And, the property, the division, it's all stated in here. So councils, we've had a lot of good discussion on this, and I want to bring it back to the council. And I want to just specifically say, how do you wish to proceed? I'm asking you, how do you wish to proceed? We have all the information on the project right before us.
I need a little staff help with this part, but I'll make a motion to, do I need to read number 1, or is that
No.
the condition of just go on to 2 and 3, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll make a motion to find the proposed project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to section 15303 and 15315 of the California Code of Regulation, and adopt the draft resolution approving the tentative parcel map and the conditional use permit, PRC 2021-028-C, subject to conditions of approval.
We have a motion,
I'll second.
and we have a second. Any further discussion? No further discussion? This is the time, and,
I'll make just one brief statement.
okay.
The traffic is only going to continue to get worse in this community. With this store coming in, we're going to widen this lane. Hopefully, it triggers some kind of traffic with the light there on Highway 65, but this is going to be better for the community in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion, second. We've had a second. Call for the vote, please. It passes 4-1. Thank you. And it is 8:33. I will call for a 10-minute break. It is 8:46, and we will now move on to public hearing number 14.
Thank you, Your Honor. The second public hearing before you this evening is the request for a modification of conditional use permit 8-2008 to upgrade from a Type 20 off-sale license to a Type 21 off-sale alcohol license for Sherwood Handy Market, and Mr. O'Neill will again present the staff report.
Thank you again, City Manager, and Your Honor, and welcome back, Council. As mentioned, what we have at this public hearing is a request to modify an existing conditional use permit from 2008 that currently allows a Type 20 off-sale alcohol license from ABC, which is just beer and wine. The request is to upgrade this to a Type 21 off-sale, which allows the sale of beer, wine, and distilled spirits. The project is located in the Neighborhood Commercial Zone District and is also designated as neighborhood commercial by the General Plan Land Use Diagram. The census tract in which this site is located allows for 6 on-sale and 7 off-sale licenses. There are currently no on-sale licenses and 2 off-sale licenses. So approval, regardless, approval of this would not constitute a new license. There would still be 2 off-sale licenses within the census tract. Just be upgrading the existing one. The commercial neighborhood designation is intended to encourage convenience and neighborhood shopping areas and provide day-to-day retail goods and services. And a convenience store with alcohol sales fits the purpose of the zoning. As with the previous project, there are 2 findings that need to be made in order for the council to approve a conditional use permit or revise an existing conditional use permit, and those are listed in your staff report. I would like to point out one change. If the council determines to approve this CUP revision, rather than the stated common sense exemption for the California Environmental Quality Act under 15061B3, we would recommend the council makes a finding that it is exempt under CEQA Guidelines Section 15301, which is existing facilities. The rationale there being that there are no proposed modifications to the facility, just the operation that would go on inside it. And 15301 is a better choice for the exemption. That concludes staff's report. The applicant was here but had to leave just shortly ago for a family emergency. So we will try to answer any questions that you may have. So we'd request that you open the hearing to the public for testimony.
Thank you. It is 8:49, and we will now open the public hearing for this one item, for this public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to come forth for public hearing number 14? Do we have anyone on virtually?
Your Honor, we do not have anybody on virtually. However, we did receive written correspondence from Mr. Brockneely that I can read into the record right now.
Okay.
Okay, so from Mr. Brockneely, he states, on item 14, I would like to comment that I feel that this sale of beer, wine, spirits is pushing the sensitive uses 600 feet distance requirement in ABC law, and I would like to know if the church on the northwest corner of Matthew and Morton was noticed. Also were the occupants of the adjacent residences surveyed as to whether this permit would interfere with the quiet enjoyment of the property by residents. And then he lists sections 23-789 and rule 64.1. That is all.
Thank you. Since there are no public comments from the audience, and we did receive the one in a written form, it is 8:50. I will close the public hearing. I will bring it to council to this regard. And Councilmember Beltran, any comment? No comment. Councilmember Wyrock?
Just a couple. Thank you. So with these allowable limits of facilities that sell alcohol under these 2 types, 20 and 21, and the number in each tract, within our city, I mean, how many would that add up to if we were at the limit throughout the whole town?
If you would like, we could find that out. It's not immediately available. It takes a little bit of research to look through. ABC does provide a spreadsheet that includes all of the census tracts by county. And lists the population ratio that gets used for that county and the number of on and off sale licenses that are allowed without it being over-concentrated. But off the top of my head, I don't have an answer to that. But if you're interested for future reference, we could find out.
Yeah, I'd like to just know generally. There's a couple other quick things. The neighborhood where this is located, it looks largely residential and a church, according to Mr. Neely. And he was wondering about notices. Do we have to notice these areas just like we did the previous
I'm
one?
glad you asked.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's a little bit of conflated thought about notification requirements in general about this particular project. So what Mr. Neely is referring to are specific to ABC and are not things that are addressed or imposed or enter into the city's decision-making process. Specifically, ABC has this, what is referred to as a 600-foot requirement, but it's only guidance, even for ABC. They basically say that we're going to consider the immediate proximity of churches and schools, and then we will consider other things, and it lists a few types of uses, within 600 feet. And then all that and what he's quoting is ABC's regulation. The actual statute says that the department is authorized to refuse to issue a license in those situations. It doesn't say it won't, it doesn't say it shouldn't, it just says it's authorized to deny licenses if you meet those proximity requirements. Secondary to that, as part of the 700-foot and then the 100-foot that was mentioned, it is the applicant's responsibility to complete a form listing any of those proposed, uses that are within proximity and give that to ABC so that it can do an investigation. Similarly, on the 100-foot requirement, the applicant is required to write down all of the addresses within 100 feet of the site and give that to ABC for its investigation. That does not involve the city at all.
Okay.
On the distance itself, the way that ABC measures these things is from edge of building to edge of building. In this case, they're diagonal, so it's a corner, and it's about 700 feet distance. So it's even outside ABC's 600. Then secondarily to that, as we mentioned with the last public hearing item, state law requires that we do a notice of 300 feet. We do a 500-foot for alcohol. So again, we noticed everybody within 500 feet. So that's the very, very long answer to say, no, we did not notify the church because it's well outside of our notification zone.
Okay. And then I think it'd be nice, in a way, for somebody to be able to buy something on their way home. I'm glad that the chief is here. Drunk driving in town, are we seeing, what's our trends for drunk driver arrests? And then secondly, like teen drinking, even in around this area or around town in general? Are we trending up, staying about the same? Just curious. Yeah. They're still like low 20s, right? Or high teens? Yeah, I seem to recall.
So we do have our incidents at, sometimes at schools that we're dealing with minors that are in possession of alcohol and entering our juvenile diversion program.
Great, thank you. And then lastly, section or item 1, there's some bullet points again, where it spells out, the approval of the proposed project will advance the goals and objectives of and is consistent with the policies of the general plan and any other applicable plan that the city has adopted. The project will further the following general plan policies. And I'm looking at the last one, create an image for Porterville that will attract and retain economic availability. You know, they're not going to change the outside of the building, right? And so it's going to be the building as is. They're just going to add some shelves and add some product, correct?
That's correct. And I would go out on a limb and say that it's not so much discussing an aesthetic as much as it is the concept of being able to make economic decisions based on where you live and what's next to you and that sort
Yeah.
of thing.
Do they sell $10 gallon milk? Maybe.
We can only hope so.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, council.
That's why we have
You're
competition.
Thank
welcome.
you, staff.
Councilmember Maestro.
The mic don't work. Oh, there it is. You know, I think of going over the DUIs. Do we get to count on CHP DUIs in the community? Just off-wall question here. That's not added to. Gotcha. Yeah, and with the issue of having too many liquor licenses or kids getting a hold of it, I think of, 3 cannabis dispensaries on Main Street within a block of each other, here's a entrepreneur that's wanting to expand his ability to sell and produce, and so I want to support him as well in that sense, and that's all I have for comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions or comments?
I don't have any questions or comment. It's explanatory right here, and right before us. So I'm just going to bring it back to the table. How does council wish to proceed?
I'll make a motion to go with staff recommendations.
We have a
And
motion.
I'm terribly sorry to interrupt. I did want to point out that similar to the last item, we would recommend a different finding of CEQA exemption. Again, 15301 existing facilities and not the 15061B3 common sense exemption. My apologies for not mentioning that.
That's in the packet though, already, right?
It's not in the one, it's not updated in.
We're on number 14 right now.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
This is number 14, isn't it?
We're on number 14.
Right, 14, he's just, the distinction is that there's a different section cited for the CEQA exemption, and we're asking to note that it's different than what's been specified.
Noted with my motion.
Second.
All right, no further discussion. Call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. We'll now move on to item number 15, public hearing number 15.
Thank you, Your Honor. The last public hearing before you this evening is a request for a conditional use permit PRC 2023-038-C to allow the establishment of a barber shop with a bar lounge and the sale of alcohol under a Type 48 on-sale alcohol license for Sports Cut Bar and Lounge located at 41 North Main Street. And again, Mr. O'Neill will be presenting the staff report.
Thank you again, Madam City Manager. I thank you, Your Honor, and council members. Going back to May of 2003, there have been a number of inspections at the building at 41 North Main Street, listing deficiencies, and there have been a few code violations noted, including improvements without permits and the sale of alcohol without licensing. Further, in September of 2023, there was an advertisement for an unapproved event to be hosted at the location. So as a result of these scenarios, the applicant and staff have been working together to come up with a solution about how this business can come into compliance with its desired business model. And so before you tonight, we have this conditional use permit. So the applicant is requesting approval of the CUP allowing establishment of a bar or lounge in conjunction with a barber shop, Sports Cuts. This request includes sales of alcohol under a Type 48 on-sale general license, meaning that it would be beer, wine, liquor for on-site consumption. ABC licenses for on-site consumption also include sale for off-site consumption. So that would be part of this as well. The property sits within the downtown retail north of Olive Zone District. And under that zone district, bars and lounges require approval of a conditional use permit. As you're aware now, any operation involving the sale of alcohol involves a conditional use permit as well. Keeping with the census tract-based concentrations, this tract 38.02 currently contains 13 on-sale licenses and 7 off-sale. And according to the population, there should be 3 on-sale and 4 off-sale without it being deemed over-concentrated. So if the council's desire to approve the conditional use permit, again, this project would require the finding of public convenience or necessity. So barber shops and beauty salons are allowed to sell alcohol under the California Business and Professions Code under certain circumstances, which are listed there under analysis items 1 through 5. The site is consistent with the general plan land use designation and the zoning standards for the downtown retail north of Olive. So the existing barber shop would be allowed on its own without any special permitting from us. However, the addition of the bar lounge does require the CUP. So we do again have the two findings with the description of those included in the staff report. The applicant is not proposing any live entertainment. That would require subsequent council approval if anything like that were proposed. The barbershop would be open 7 days per week from 9 a.m. to 1 a.m. And the draft resolution does contain conditions of approval intended to prevent the site from having detrimental effects on the public health, safety, and welfare. Among the requirements that the applicant cannot can put any advertising or displays on the exterior of the building or that can be seen from the exterior of the building involving alcohol. A couple of conditions that we're including will require that the floor plan of the building is reviewed by a city because thus far it is not compliant with improper access, due to improper access issues, and that can be remedied at the building permit stage. And then we would include a condition requiring interior and exterior video monitoring system capable of recording activity in and around the establishment. And that system will be capable of immediate on-site replay and review. That concludes staff's report. Oh, we're changing the sequel recommendation on this one as well, from 15061B3, the common sense exemption, to the existing facilities 15301 again. That concludes the report. And we would be happy to take any questions from the city council and request that you open the hearing to the public.
I do want to add before you go in that I think there was another additional change due to a recommendation from law enforcement. Is that correct? On this one?
That was the video monitoring.
Oh, okay, you did say that. Sorry. Thanks.
Thank you. It is 9:04. I will open up the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to come forth and speak on this public hearing?
How you doing, Mayor, staff? My name is Ramon Perez. I'm a 100% disabled military veteran, looking at coming back to moving into Porterville. One thing that really grabbed my attention about this location is the fact that we don't have a VFW here. We only have American Legion. So one of the things that I've considered is I don't want to go to a club just to be able to have an adult beverage. When from time to time, I just want to be able to get a haircut, maybe have a beer, call it a day, go visit family, that kind of stuff. So I think that to include what you guys already have mentioned from the staff, supporting local business, entrepreneurship, you have minorities that are looking into the business partners here. So I think that it would be great to have something that, again, as I mentioned, moving back into Porterville would be something that I can utilize as well as many others, just because there's very limited adult locations that we can have that we can just come in and just have just a simple beer and go home. So I'm hoping you guys approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth and speak? Okay, do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor, we don't, but we do have a written communication from Mr. Brockneal again, if I can.
Please read it for the record.
I would like to comment on item 15, viewing the number of licenses in the census tract. At what point does the city deem a tract oversaturated? I have attached a couple of studies by the National Institutes of Health discussing the following subjects related to alcohol. One is the community-level alcohol availability and enforcement of possession laws as predictors of youth drinking, and alcohol use patterns among urban and rural residents, demographic and social influences, and that is in the attached reports that were given can be distributed to the members of the council and the public as well later.
Thank you. Okay. If no one else would like to come forward, we had the letter read into public. It is 9:06. I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. And Councilmember Beltran.
Could we have a representative of this business come up,
Yes.
please? Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, or good afternoon, or evening, Mayor, Council.
Yeah, thank you for being here. So I had some brief questions. One of it was, when you opened up this barbershop, was there any intention to have it be anything else other than a barbershop initially?
This is, when I bought the building, when I went and looked at it, I mean, I had went to Vegas, I had seen a speakeasy, that's what it's pretty much called, you know, a barber shop with a bar in it. I used to own the restaurant down 2 doors down from the Taco Truck Cantina where we are at 29 North Main Street. I've always fell in love without that building. I just liked it there. And the building was too big, you know, it's a 2,500 square foot building. I knew I got a lot of barbers, but I don't got 20 that I could put in there. And I looked back there, I went 2 years before that to look at it. It just didn't fit my budget. I couldn't afford it at the time. And then after I went to Vegas, I came back. I met with Alan again. I sat there. I've always wanted to be on Main Street. My mom's first clothing store was on Main Street. My first job was at Sugar Plums on Main Street. My other thing there, when I came back from Vegas, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to put a little speakeasy. I sold my restaurant and bar to try to invest in this.
Okay. So yeah, I appreciate that. And I know I had some concerns with, in general, you being a business owner, and I know you're very community-oriented, and I appreciate that. But there were just concerns knowing that all that it takes to be a responsible business owner. And so the fact that there was alcohol being, I don't know if it was sold or just being offered there, and then with the other event that you had planned, just a little bit of that, not being aware of ordinances and licenses that are needed for that. But I appreciate you being compliant and working with city staff, so that's appreciated. If this is approved, do you plan to not allow anybody under 21 into the premise? Okay.
Yeah, no, that's why we have to, like in the condition of use, we have to get a different entry, block it off.
It doesn't have your business plan in here, it just has
it
our
doesn't? Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
So I have to ask these questions just to get clarification. Let's see. So my understanding by this California statute that allows for a wine, alcoholic beverage to be given, there's no additional charge for that product. It's going to be all like a one flat rate, and whether they have a beverage or not, or is this going to be, you'll be selling different, because the state opens it up for you to do that initially, but this permit is like, you're offering, just like you said, like a bar lounge where they can.
So, yeah, I mean, it was supposed to be a bar lounge where we could offer it for free. That's where, and then it started to get too much, and the customer was, starting to want to stay and hang out. I got a pool table back there. I bring all the TVs from the cantina. So, it's more of a lounge and hangout. Like on Friday, I got a lot of customers that come, it will come at 4 o'clock, and they would like to. Over at my other one, every Friday, at the one on Henderson, I would barbecue every Friday. And we would, everybody would stay after work and drink and have some beers. Well, that's what that was initially going to be in the back, was a little man cave for us to hang out. But then the customers started enjoying it, and it was becoming more than one beer that the customer wanted to have. And then,
Right.
Clayton came in there, and he was like, this can't be happening.
Right.
And I wanted to work, you know what I mean? I want to do it right. I thought I was going to be able to get away with just serving the one beer, and it didn't work,
Right, and you're adapting to what maybe your customers are wanting.
Exactly.
And you're an entrepreneur, and you're like, hey, this is maybe another business venture that you could get into.
I mean, too, like, when I'm at the Mecca, I work at the Mecca, I run the Mecca, and when I'm there, you know how many people come to me and ask me, when are you going to open the cantina back up? Because a lot of people just thought I was remodeling.
There's a need, and you're trying to fill that.
There is, and I'm here, yes, it's my thing, but I'm here for my friends, my customers, I mean, there was people in here that I used to see at the cantina that were my customers that follow me, that go to the Mecca, that never came in and got a haircut. They don't just,
Right.
like,
So yeah, that was just a little bit of, for me, there's concerns with that continue evolvement of your business. I could see if you open up, hey, I'm going to be a bar. And so for me, there's already a little concerns about what if this is allowed, then what is the next thing that's being done that we're not aware of, that code enforcement or something else will come up. So there's just concerns.
I get it, and I'm not perfect, and that's why I'm trying to go back. I didn't have $17,000 to go. I had to borrow money because I wanted to do it the right way. Like, I went to ABC, I wrote them a check, like, I've done the condition of use, like, I don't have the millions of dollars like the dude that was sitting here that's, buying the gas station. I'm using every dollar that I have. Clayton was there. When we walked through that building, there was needles, syringes. That building was abandoned for 10 years.
Right.
I've already spent $60,000 of my own money in Alan Redmond's building.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm trying to do the other thing, like the building next door has been abandoned for 12 years. Now the taco truck cantina's closed down.
Well, I remember when you first opened, you had a grand opening and you opened up for the
Yeah,
public.
I had a huge,
And that was great. That's that part of giving back to the community. I guess just the way I'm trying to follow you in how your businesses are morphed to where now this is going to be open to just anybody. It's going to be only open to 21 and over, which is, you're right. I mean, that's your business. And you take a vacant building on Main Street and you're making it productive. So kudos to that. There were just concerns with how it started out, and you're trying to adapt to that.
it's a new adventure to me.
Right.
I mean,
And with that comes challenges, but thank you for stepping up and doing the right thing.
Councilmember, just to add some clarification to this, I believe that, so there's no ABC license required for a barber shop if you want to offer a drink that's part of the price, regardless of what, and the price doesn't change.
Right.
They are here asking for an ABC license so that they can specifically sell alcohol. I just wanted to make sure that was clear, so.
Right, and that's what I was asking initially of what your intentions was for this. Was it just a barber shop? And, because I don't know if this will end up turning like, hey, I want to open up a strip club now. Like, I don't know how far things are going to change.
If this goes through, I would love for you guys to see it. Like, it's cool. I mean, everybody that goes down there is like, I have a bookshelf, 2 bookshelves, one of them opens, like, it's a cool little thing, dude. Everybody likes it, that's, I was just supposed to be a little man cave back there with the pool table that I had to take out of the cantina because my partner wanted me to get it out. I took it down there and.
So that's my vision, is that I see it as a man cave, which is nothing wrong with that, a hangout for guys. It's great, especially if it's positive. So do you plan to maybe sell food or do these other things? Because I know, like, there's other businesses around you that you're now competition, which is fine, but events or activities that maybe are going to come before us and go like, okay, we have to adapt to what you're trying to do. Because we don't want to say, hey, this is great, and then eventually we prevent roadblock, or we have roadblocks because we didn't understand what your intentions were for this business.
See, I don't. My intention is for you to come and get a haircut at 4 o'clock, stay until 6 o'clock, and meet your wife down at the Vault or the Palace for dinner.
Okay.
That's,
Yeah,
that's
bring it
my
back
thing.
Main Street.
Yes, I want, I have enough competitors. I don't want to sell food. Christian, Poor Richards, Sam's my good buddy. I've tried to sell food. It didn't work for me.
Right.
I know how to cut hair, and I know a lot of people don't come in the bar, but that's one thing I'm good at, dude, is talking to people and,
Yeah. Okay, that's all the questions I have
Hi,
for you.
my name is Mandy. Good evening, guys. And to be clear, it's also for women as well. It's not just a man's cave. We will have a different variety of cocktails as well. It's not just beer, but we do have plans. We do have plans. Like you guys said, you guys are willing to support the community, and you guys are really liking the fact of entrepreneurs coming into this city. And we obviously, yes, we have a barber shop going on. We would like the 48 license. We also want to sell alcohol in the back. We do want to be open. We're going to be open 7 days a week from 9 a.m. to 1 a.m. Being considerate of our PD as well. I mean, last call will be at 12:15 so that we make sure, we have our people out of there and making sure everyone gets home. We do have the right to refuse alcohol to those that are beyond their limit. It's not just to where we are going to provide alcohol to people who are beyond their limit. No, we can say no to that.
And to touch on another thing, like when I did have the cantina, and when I first got there, I was new to that too. And I did have some issues. And I made it point that I went and I met with Jake and Officer Bateau, and we sat down and I asked him, like, what can I do? How can you guys help me? I help you. Like, I need your guys' support. You know, I'm not against you. If you guys can help me do a walkthrough, like, I still call and I ask them to do a walkthrough every, you know, on Fridays. Like, they came last Friday a little late. I'm like, where were you 10 minutes ago? You know, like, I'm willing to work with the law enforcement, and, you know, I want it to be a safe place. I want to better this Main Street and community.
We want it to be a safe place. If it's one thing me and Matt share is providing service for many years. I'm going now on my 10th year. He's probably going on his 100th year here. But we've seen it all. We've seen it all. We've been through it all. You know, nowadays, yes, we have Porterville College here. That's another thing we want to take into consideration is that we do have a Porterville College, and we have students who have their driver's license and they have Ubers. It'd be also a good opportunity for college students to come in and be DDs for our community here. You know, we can also have a great communication with our PD office and be like, hey, you know, heads up, you know, can you come on by? Can you come make sure everyone's safe? We want to create a safe environment for Porterville. We are downtown, yes, we are downtown. Yes, you do have the Mecca. Yeah, you do have a few restaurants here, but in reality, I mean, there are a lot more younger generations in this area, and they do want to hang out. A lot of Porterville people go to Visalia, they go to Tulare, and then you have the DUIs coming on in because they're driving so far, when we can provide something here in this town and makes Porterville bigger is what I'm saying. We want to do several things.
Thank you. I know we have a limited time, but I just had, that fostered one other question is, I don't know if staff or you guys might know this, is I know it's on-site and off-site, which off-site means people can buy alcohol and then take it with them. Do you guys?
No, off-site means like she could go do a catering at a wedding or something like that.
Oh, so okay. I didn't know if that was, okay.
Yeah, she does a little.
I'm a certified bartender, so I
Oh,
also
so you're on the
do-
license, you'll be on the
Yes,
license as well?
I-
Okay.
We are both on the license.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Councilmember, may I add a clarification? Earlier it was stated that the whole facility would be 21 and over. My understanding is the barber shop is all ages, but the bar section would be 21 and
Yes,
over.
but in our condition of use, we have to have a block and a separate entrance in the.
Correct. I just wanted, for the record, that was being proposed is the barber shop to remain all ages, but for the bar to be restricted to 21 and over.
Okay, thank you for that, because when I asked if it was 21 over, I meant for the whole place.
Yeah, no, so the barber shop will be that, and then that's why in our condition of use, we have to do ADT and put, our back door has to swing out, and we have to have an entrance.
There's some compliance stuff that you guys have to
Oh,
do that. How about the restrooms, access for restrooms?
We have a restroom, we have that, we have to, add a restroom and, extend the restroom.
So these improvements will all be done through city code and all that before anything, okay.
Yeah, before we have to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wyrock?
Yeah, I think this is going to be great. I go to the Mecca every once in a while, and I don't dress like this when I go in there. But I noticed they've got a new bell on the wall, too. Any of you guys buy the bell?
At the Mecca?
Yeah, somebody
Yes.
bought the bell. Who bought the bell?
The doc, there's an old man doc.
Doc.
He's like, I want to say like 80, 90, but I guess
Yeah.
when he came into town into Porterville, there was a bell there.
Yeah.
And when somebody would buy a round for the whole bar, they would get to go back there and ring the bell.
Oh.
So he asked them whenever, a couple weeks back, if he could buy a bell and put it up in there.
Yeah.
So yeah, we just got the
And
bell
that adds a
in there.
nice little touch. There were too many people at the bar, so I didn't
Yeah, you didn't want to ring
take
that?
advantage of it.
I ring it when I'm in there by
Wanted
myself.
to ring the bell. But it's nice to hear this. Say, just a couple of quick questions, so I'm a little confused. Item 3, under the analysis, no more than 12 ounces of beer or 6 ounces of wine by the glass is offered to a client.
That's free.
That's in the barber
That's
shop.
free, yeah, but we're going to do, we're going to do away with that.
Okay. And, okay, so you're not going to serve any beer
We're
or
not going to serve
alcohol
inside the
in
barber shop, yes, we're not going to do
You
that.
can go there,
I mean, we
get a
can,
haircut.
yeah, we can, but
And if a person
I-
wants to, they can go around the back and,
If we have a spot where they can go, I would try to keep it away from the kids as much as,
so it's going to be like two separate, I mean, there's not going to be a locked door, right? Is it going to be a solid wall, or is there going to be a locked door between the barber shop? Because doesn't the barber cosmetology laws require just a free single drink is
yeah,
allowable?
we can give I think we're allowed to serve 1 beer or 10 ounces of wine for free to any customer.
Well, you're not
as long
going to
as
do that.
21.
You're not going to do that. So you're, okay.
A lot of it's based on our condition of use,
Yeah.
too. Like, we want to get that other side that's abandoned as well, because there's 2 buildings there. And I have it in the lease and in my condition of use permit that if this goes through, that we're going to try to get that other side. Because it's all, the way that Gary Weaver did our surveying thing, that it's all under one roof.
Yeah, it's a nice design, the floor plan here that's included. It is nice. But you don't expect to be cutting hair at 1 o'clock. What time do you think you'll close
No,
the
the
barber
barber
club?
shop closes at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, okay. Yeah, 1 o'clock haircut. All right, thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Meister.
Well, I'd just like to disclose, you called me when the first time code enforcement came in, and then we had a conversation today as well. You know, I appreciate the fact that, yes, you were out of alliance in the beginning, but now you're taking actions to get in compliance. And some of the staff's background and what they wrote here, as a result of those code violations, the city and the applicant have been working together on solutions to bring this business into compliance with the requested business model. And you already stated that you're going to have to make financial investments into this building to get, it sounds like, ADA requirements. Were you aware of what PD was wanting with the camera system?
No, but that's totally, I mean, we were going to put that anyways. Yeah, we want that
it
anyway.
makes
So we're
sense,
totally
right?
fine with that. Yeah, it makes total sense.
Especially because when alcohol's
Well,
involved, right,
exactly. And we
things
don't want to
happen.
be, we would love to be able to.
And so just the fact that you're wanting to work with the city and get in compliance means a lot from my point. And, you know, like I said, I want to continue to support our entrepreneurs, the providers. You're the ones that create wealth in our community. And so thank you for getting in compliance, and good luck to you. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yes. So I'm not going to reiterate the violations because I think Councilmember brought up some concerns. They were already addressed. It's addressed in the staff report, but I do want to say some comments. First of all, I read through, it's in the zoning standards. I appreciate and respect that the owner is working with the staff to find a solution and move forward on that. I think it's important for downtown and Main Street, what you're doing. Appreciate all the community service that you do. And then the only last thing I would say is just please continue to work with staff. And anytime there's confusion, because I think sometimes some of the processes get complicated, and then you heard all the explanations about the distance and timelines and things like that. If there's ever a question, my recommendation would just be, if this does get passed, to just ensure compliance. But I feel like this is a good example of a community member and a business owner taking the steps to go through the process, and it's showing a good example to the community as well of how to accomplish that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Well, for the longest time, I really thought your name was Toby. I didn't know you as Matthew. And for many years, you were very young, but when I first met you, and you used to sell me shoes at Sugar Plum.
That beautiful brooch right there.
And coming in, so what I'm saying is you own it. And you owned your mistakes. You stepped up to the plate. You know, those are errors in the learning process of being an entrepreneur in a business. As I read when I first saw this information, I go, oh, beer and wine, okay, haircut. I wouldn't want to have that barber having a beer and wine and cutting my hair. But set aside all of that in perspective. You know, here you are, you have a family, and listening to your responses to what the other council members have asked, you've shown the effort to make it right and do it right. And always remember, law enforcement, they're your friends. So is code enforcement. They're your friends. We want your business to succeed, and that's what's important here. And you have the staff that will help you. When in doubt, just pick up the phone, call, and work with them. I have nothing else to say, because when I saw this, and like I said, for the longest time, I can say it because I never knew you had a first name and called me Matt. No. But I know the people that you have worked with, and I know that the passion that they have to support you. But as an individual and watching you grow in the community, the service that you have done, and to help others as well, I get it. So I'm going to bring it back to council. And how does council wish to proceed?
If there's no other questions, I'll make a motion to go with staff recommendations.
There is a motion.
I'll second.
There is a second.
We'll just
Any
note
further
with the change. I think there were a couple, there were amendments that were noted.
Noted with the change. This is the time for any other questions or discussion? No? Okay, call for the vote. It passes unanimous.
Hey, I just want you guys to know that thank you for the opportunity, dude, and I will not let you guys down. We're going to try our hardest. Thank you, each and
You
every one of you.
take care. Good luck. All right, have a good evening, all of you. Okay. The man cave. All right, but it's not all man cave, right? No, okay. Thank you. All right, we'll now move on to scheduled matters. Item number 16.
Thank you, Your Honor. The first scheduled matter before you is the council authorization for reorganization of Public Works Department to accommodate the Transportation Department. And as the City Council is aware, on January 2nd, 2024, the city provided notice of its intent to withdraw effective June 30th, 2024, from its membership in the Tulare County Regional Transit Authority. As staff gears up to prepare to transition from the city's participation in this JPA to move toward reestablishing its in-house transit management operations, staff has analyzed options to find the greatest efficiencies. In this analysis, staff determined the most efficient and proactive solution would be to establish a transportation department, which would oversee the management and operation of both transit and the municipal airport. Regulated by the federal agencies of the FTA and FAA, the combination of these divisions of transit and airport into one department simply makes sense. It not only provides for the ability to undertake the significant task of reestablishing the city's transit operations, but it also provides for the opportunity to have a more direct, proactive focus on the city's airport, which has long been an asset with great potential to the city. Given the increasing demands on the Public Works Department with the significant focus on water, legislative changes in recycling and refuse, and a priority focus on streets, the separation of transit from Public Works will provide for a more diversified management. It will make improvements to the span of control and would provide for greater efficiencies. With the establishment of a new department, it is also here proposed to reallocate and amend the Assistant City Manager classification to specifically oversee the departments of Public Works, Transportation, and Engineering and Project Management. The proposed structural change would increase coordination and responsiveness, particularly between Public Works and Engineering and Project Management, in the execution of the city's expansive capital improvement work plan, as well as ensure needed communications and cohesiveness between Public Works and Transportation. Specifically, the proposed changes would include the new classification of a Director of Transportation. It would be funded through Transit Operation Funds and Porterville Municipal Airport Operation Funds. Additionally, an allocation of an administrative aid, which would also be receive funding through Transit Operations. The allocation of a Clerical Assistant 1, again, getting funding from Transit Operations. and the allocation of the assistant city manager, which would receive funding from enterprise funds as well as a portion from general fund. The proposed reorganization of the Public Works Department and the city's organizational chart will enable the city to effectively and proactively manage transit operations and the Porterville Municipal Airport, and will increase coordination on the city's capital improvement program. By establishing proposed positions and implementing the outlined strategies, the city can provide sufficient resources, funding, personnel, and equipment to support the city's activities to ensure its success into the future. With that, staff's recommendation is as follows, that the City Council, 1, approve the reorganization of the Public Works Department and city's organizational chart to form a transportation department. 2, to approve the draft transportation director job description. 3, approve the establishment of a new transportation director classification at salary range 269. 4, to approve the allocation of 1 assistant city manager at salary range 279. Approve the allocation of 1 administrative aide at salary range 187. Approve the allocation of 1 clerical assistant 1 at salary range 149. And that is staff's report. I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for that. Council, did you have any questions to this staff report? I think the information is simple and defined, and there's a lot of information that was attached to it, and I can appreciate. Any comments? Please, please.
Thank you very much for this. I appreciate the staff putting this together so quickly with our recent discussions. I appreciate the job descriptions and being able to really look at the duties, and I fully feel like, for so many reasons, the restructuring of oversight of those departments, because those are key, and to have like a specialization over those, for me, is very important, and also it makes sense, just as the staff report said. I don't really have any questions about this. I feel like it's needed, this makes me feel confident about a transition plan. That's it.
Thank you. Councilman Meister, you had a comment? I'm changing it up there.
Yeah, just to go on record, we've taken a direction to take back local control on our transit. This is part of the process, and it's looking to be a cheaper avenue compared to having TC RTA run our transit. So I look forward to seeing, and then also we're adding the option, or not the option, but the directorship over the airport, which I think is a good thing. That's a hidden gem, as we've talked about, and I'm looking forward to see what comes in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Beltran, any comment? Councilmember Wybrack, any comment?
Just one, I did meet with the staff this afternoon and shared that the person selected for the position at the airport, of course, would have those qualifications and knowledge of FAA and things like that. And I know there's a lot of grants to write, and I love the airport, and I'm excited about the future. Thank you. Great job, staff.
Thank you. I don't have any comment. I must, to be very clear, this is a direction we have given staff so that we can move on, and we need to put the positions in place. So with that being said, how does council wish to proceed?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the reorganization of Public Works Department and city's organizational chart to form a transportation department. Do I need to list all the different job
You
descriptions?
could just approve staff's recommendation.
And approve staff's recommendations for the job descriptions.
We have a motion? A second? No further discussion? Call for the vote. Passes unanimous 5-0. We'll now move on to number 17.
Thank you, Your Honor. The last scheduled matter before you this evening is the status and review of declaration of local flood emergency. And as you know, in March of last year, The city declared the existence of a local emergency, and that was in response to the increasing threat to life and property caused by this series of storms striking California and in particular the Porterville area. We have had this item on as a continued action to, again, continue the declaration. There's really no information, no new information. We continue to work with FEMA on the various claims that we have filed with FEMA. I could call on our local weatherman, Mr. Knight, if he would like to provide an update on the weather as we track that. However, that really is.
Eventually, I'll cover it with just saying it's going to be hot.
We want to get him a green screen so he can.
So it's still good news to have forecasted storms in our near future. It looks like March is not going to go away without a fight. Looking back a year from this month, encountering the water and the storm event that impacted our community. Continuing to this next week, we're looking at, through the weekend, storms to impact us Saturday and Sunday, and then break into Wednesday and Thursday. Probably expecting somewhere around an inch through this next week. So just continuing to monitor the activities on the reservoir, the inflows. They're continuing to match the inflows at the Success Reservoir. Currently about 369 coming out, 369 coming in. And then with these spikes in warm temperatures, just hoping that the storms that come in the next couple of weeks are cold storms and not receiving a warm storm and bring down what snowpack we have established down prematurely before the warm weather is impacting us. It will be here soon enough. And just, to reference, if we look at DWR's precipitation graph, currently we're sitting at about 17.5 inches for current period to last year, roughly 50 inches of precip. So what a difference a year can make, but still looking forward to have the storms in the near forecast, the April showers bringing May flowers. So yeah, happy to answer any questions council may have.
He's a poet.
I know it.
Now to sports.
All right, with that information, if there's no, how does council wish to proceed?
I'll make a motion that the city receive a report and status and review on the declaration of local emergency and determine the need to exist to continue said declaration.
We have motion
I'll second.
and a second. No further discussion. Call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Moving right along, I'm gonna, Mr. O'Neill, you don't really have to stay and listen to all of this stuff. You have a long drive.
I had a feeling you were going to kick me out right about now.
Because I just
Started
want
shutting
to
everything
thank
down.
you, I just want to thank you, but you have a long drive, and we're going to move into reports. So as we're giving our reports, it's okay if you exit, because you have to go home.
I do appreciate that. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. All right, we'll now move on to the AB 1234 reports pursuant to Government Code 53232.3. Link Committee. Mr. Beltran.
Link Committee met on March, when did we meet? I'm sorry, I don't have it. It was last Wednesday.
That's okay.
I didn't write the date down. Sorry about that. We haven't met since November due to the holidays and then point in time in January. And something came up in February, so we hadn't met in a few months here. So the meeting was called to order at 3 p.m. by Chair Sylvia Martinez. There was a short welcome and introduction since it had been some time. It was the general staff was, or service agencies were there. There was no representative from KTHA. There were no minutes as there had no been previous meetings. There was a budget report of $5,225.98. There was a brief update from the Navigation Center. All the beds were full. They're fully staffed. There was talk of miscommunication with KTHA. There were two different notices sent out of times for the link events. Some said 9 a.m. to 11, others said 9:30 to 11:30. So staff was going to be reaching out to make sure there was some clarification on the right times that service agencies and even those seeking services made sure that they had the proper time. There was a point-in-time recap. It was just general sharing of experiences that day, which were pretty mundane. The only thing that stood out was the need for possibly purchase of more food vouchers, as those were part of the like incentives for people to participate. We ran out, so that number will be looked at for next year's budget to purchase more. In other matters, we discussed the City Council's consideration of the new no camping ordinances. There was quite a bit of feedback. Basically, we asked them to make sure that they are noted for the April 2nd City Council meeting if they want to submit a response or show up, because a lot of them will be affected in what they do on their services. We discussed the city's upcoming efforts to install temporary showers at the Navigation Center, as well as the long-term plan for permanent showers, restrooms, kitchen dining area for later in the year, which was appreciated because that's been an ongoing discussion. And last year's #1 goal was for showers and restrooms for not just the residents, but for those experiencing homelessness. A brief update was given from Sierra View's progress on their possible clinic at the Navigation Center. There was just a brief email from them in apologizing because it had been some time since there's been communication. They were just figuring out some IT status for them, as they're going to be, much like we heard from the California Imaging, where they're going to send and receive a lot of information, and so they were just working on their IT side of it, and so hopefully we'll get an update this next month on how that progress is going, but it seems to be moving in the right direction. So after about a year, it's great to hear there is some progress on that. Let's see. Before adjourning, the chair, Sylvia Martinez, informed the committee that she would be stepping down as chair to focus on other interests. So I nominated Denise Marchant, which was seconded by Sylvia, and there was a unanimous vote for Denise Marchant to be the new chair for the Link Committee. With that, the next meeting will be held on April 3rd.
Thank you, Councilmember. The Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee, Councilman Beltran, Wyrock?
Now I know how you feel when back to back here. Okay. It was brief. It'd been a number of months as well. We also met that Wednesday. I don't have the date again. The 6th? Okay, thank you. There was just a status of license update. All 3 dispensaries, the third one was the last one to get their license from the city, had just, I think, a week or 2 prior, had received their state license. So they'll be moving forward with their continued construction and hiring and getting ready for opening their dispensary. There was discussion on the education program, discussion of a budget amount that we would be requesting from each dispensary. There was a rough number thrown out. We'll see if that's agreed upon, and we'll implement that. Currently, there are 4 resource officers with 1 supervisor, and there's discussion to add that additional officer. The discussion will be with the school district to help pay for additional officer. This education program, I don't have it in my notes here, but is going to be targeted mainly at the high school and junior high level, but there's already part of this is already in the resource officers education program that they already do in the schools. And so it's just a matter of maybe adding some additional information, whether it's pamphlets, information, so when we do National Night Out or other school or education programs, that there's maybe some additional material for them. There was a discussion, the third item was hours of operation. The two previous open dispensaries had discussed that they would like for their hours of operation to be open sooner than they were. I believe they were opening at like 9 a.m., if I'm not mistaken, maybe 9 or 10 a.m. It was later in the morning, and so they were asking that if they could, and so we talked about moving it to what the state regulation was, which is 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Feedback from PD is there have been no complaints, no issues at the facilities or in their area of influence, I guess you would call it. And so we didn't see any concerns with allowing them to, and like I said, just following the state regulations, which were 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. That's at their discretion if they want to continue open later, but that was the window in which they are allowed to if they'd like to. There was a brief discussion on security, just to update some of their exterior security measures to make sure that they were in compliance, which they had been, but just kind of just reevaluate, making sure that they were in compliance with that. Item 5 was tax revenue. There was there's a tax rate of 7% that the city council had approved, and that amount has generated just over $503,000 for the city. Lastly was a community benefit program. This is part of the annual revenue of either $30,000 or 1% of the owner's annual gross receipts, whichever amount is greater. Staff is continuing to work on a grant application process and also some feedback on what that funding amount will look like on how we can use these community benefit program to impact the community, whether that's these applications for nonprofits to support them, or other areas, whether it's code enforcement, PD, or other just things in the community that would help benefit our community. So, anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Wyrot?
Just wondering if the Chief Costello could maybe share with the council. I jotted down something as a need for state funding for the juvenile diversion programs. Could you elaborate on that and what we might be able to do to help find some more funds for the diversion program?
Apologize for not using my microphone earlier, but I'm just used to yelling, so apologize for that. But yeah, we're always looking for those opportunities. Council approved our crime prevention budget, during the last budget cycle, and we utilize those fundings. We do apply for grants. We've applied for local grants through Walmart. We just applied or are applying for that grant now for local funds. They like to have those local grant funds stay local, and those are generated specifically targeted for our crime prevention unit and juvenile diversion, and that's where those funds go when we receive those. But we're always looking for those opportunities. We have 2 or 3 people, including personnel that are in our crime prevention unit and juvenile diversion, that are currently seeking different funding options for grants.
Thank you. So if anybody knows a congressperson or state senator that might have some influence, looking for some money for that. That's all. Thank you, Councilmember Beltran.
Okay, City Council General Plan, Vice Mayor and Councilmember Wyrock.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Well, I didn't have notes from that, but just to give a summary, we basically were presented the general plan for what were the years? 2019? Was it starting in, Mr. Ridenour? Okay, on forward. So several of those reports. And the way that we went about it was Mr. Ridenour went through the first one very detailed, and all the sections gave us an outline of what those how they read and how the reports came about, and then we asked a lot of questions. So the first one took quite a bit of our meeting, and then from there we just went through every next year's report. And I think the thing that I got out of it was that it basically told a story. I don't think we'll ever see that many reports back to back and have to review that many at once, but doing that really did give a clear picture of the work that was set and the goals and objectives, and then how they were met each year. And it was really nice, honestly, for me to be able to be here for the now going into my 4th year and see those things come about. So for me, I appreciated it.
Yeah,
I don't know if there was more details.
I would just share those sentiments. You know, the plan was in place with the general plan. It's been monitored, and we're moving forward with new things. It was a great report out today from the parks. And, you know, I just applaud the efforts of the staff putting this all together in such a concise way. It does tell a story, and it's a great story.
Thank you. Library facility, Vice Mayor.
Yes, so I do have my notes for that. The library facility planning meeting met on March 6th at 4:15 PM at the temporary library. There was one item on the agenda, and this was an exciting meeting because aside from the minutes being approved from the previous meeting, the presentation was on the progress of the new library design led by PH Architects, which I'll refer to as PHA, the lead design firm, and Noel and Tam, who's assisting PHA with the project. The project status update was provided. It was mentioned how data from the needs assessment was utilized in the formation of the initial program document, which was shared. Program corrals, which included all of the following elements for a particular section of the library, were created based on the program data. Then concept designs originated from the corrals. The designs pieced together all of the corrals to initiate the formation of layout options for the library. This was all followed by 3 different concept schemes based on all of the items that were mentioned being presented to the committee. The civic scheme placed the library closer to Olive Avenue and situated this in a squared-off fashion to Olive Avenue and the parking lot. The connection scheme included the library designed at an angle facing northeast towards the proposed parking lot. There's a walking path around the library with connectivity to the existing trail and the other site amenities in this scheme. Both schemes included an amphitheater, which could be included in a separate phase of the library project or future sportsplex project. The committee was shown various building exteriors, interior spaces, and outdoor spaces, and asked for input on things we liked or didn't like of all the images. A public survey was launched and is open through March. The survey seeks to gain further input from the community on the new library design. Included in the survey were all of the images that I spoke of. So the project schedule that was presented showed the design being complete by January 2025. This would be followed by the approvals and bidding process, which could take up to 3 months. Finally, the construction phase is estimated to take 16 months. PHA will be presenting some draft designs to the council in the coming months. Staff is expected to receive the initial project cost estimate by May. Before I close out, I want to explain a couple things, just because that might be confusing the way it's outlined, but it's because we had maps. There was several maps shown to us on paper, and then they had a really nice PowerPoint and described all that and walked us through it. So we did have a lot of questions about the different designs and changes, and then what they gave us was, say, like some images of how outdoor, I guess, like architecture and would look. And then we had to pick which ones we really liked, because then it showed kind of a theme. So they wanted to get, was it very modern, brick, rock, things like that. So then they showed interior designs, and we got to pick the same types of things, just kind of give them a feedback on those things. and then outdoor area. So like those things were all exciting to even see samples of that and really start to kind of visualize that. And then when it's talking about how it's situated, so we have if we have the plot of land, how the facility would sit on that land. And so giving feedback around that, what we thought of. And a lot of feedback, was that we did like the outdoor area connecting with 2 entrances so that people could come from the parking lot or the trail, moms with strollers or, kids on bikes or people driving up. So there's a lot of different discussion like that. And I just really want to give council that perspective that there was a lot of dialogue around this. So then right after we closed that meeting at 5:17, a public input meeting led by PHA took place immediately following that, and we had over 50 people in attendance. And as we were meeting, we already saw people starting to come in, so that was great. And they handed out surveys or forms that you could use the QR code and just give your input. So we still have access to be able to do that. The next library facility planning committee meeting is scheduled for May 16th at 4:15 p.m.
Thank you. That's a lot of good information for the library. Councilmember Wyrock, the Eastern Tule Groundwater Sustainability.
Thank you. We met on March 7th here at the City Hall. There was no public comments. There were some announcements. One was that the revised JPA was sent out to the different boards that are a part of the organization. We haven't received any comment back yet. All boards need to take action on that so that we can implement the revised Joint Powers Agreement. Then we kind of kept going through the agenda. We approved the minutes, the consent calendar. We approved the ratification of bills paid. There was some action to consider setting a date for the public hearing to enforce Tier 1 penalty delinquencies, and that carried, and that hearing is going to be on April 4th of 2024. There was give me a moment. There was an accounting and invoicing report from Four Creeks. They shared account balances and credits. The 2024 water year invoices were mailed out on March 1st. And previous year, about 95% have been paid, so they're keeping up with collecting the money that's due. We received a report on state advocacy efforts, and there's been a lot of activity between state representatives and local persons, and Director Knight has been instrumental in helping the board and actually representing the city quite well on these interactions, and I wasn't there, so speaking with Michael before the meeting tonight, he's ready to share some of his thoughts related to that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Just probably a couple other items as well. There is a joint meeting with the stakeholder group and the executive committee on March 28th across the street, Centennial Conference Room, to go over some of the reviewed documents that Councilmember mentioned. And then as part of the GSP review, the state has issued notice, so we were just issued notice and received that following our last Board of Directors meeting. And so apologize, let me get there. State Water Resource Control Board has put out a notice of a public hearing to evaluate the status of the GSP. And that is basically a probationary hearing that will take place Tuesday, September 17th at 9 o'clock. There is an in-person and an address listed. It's on the Eastern Tule GSA website, and also I could provide a copy of that if any council members are interested. But in addition to that, leading up to that public hearing, there is a virtual staff workshop meeting for Friday, April 5th, 11 a.m. to 1:30 p.m., and then another in-person meeting on April 8th, all to discuss the status of the GSP for the Eastern Tule GSA. And I say all that to say this. I've been coordinating with ETGSA in sitting down with each of the water board's board members. So Currently, I've provided presentations to 3, and there will be 2 additional coming down, I believe, the second or third week of April. The schedule is in flux, but we've already provided presentations from a GSA standpoint on an ag side GSA implementation, and my role in that was to have about 30 to 45 minutes of one-on-one time with GSA staff and me as a city representative to define what the city's role was and has been and will be in the future rollout of SGMA, so Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And all the projects that the city is working on in conjunction with the State Water Resource Control Board, the consolidations we've spoken of, the projects like the tertiary treatment plant, what does that look like to improve sustainability for the community, future projects up to the $160 million project that is proposed and upcoming in the city's draft master plan that is in the process of being reviewed environmentally and coming to council for future acceptance. You know, what do those projects mean? How does that drive future sustainability for the community? And so it's been great to have that opportunity to provide that information. It was eye-opening to board members, the efforts that are going on in the community to continue to support those around us and look for future development. And I think that's it, but happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Any other comments? No? Can
No,
appreciate the information.
Good. Thank you, Michael.
Okay, moving right along, Tulare County Water Commission. That would be mine. We met on March 11th. The recorded minutes of January the 8th, 2024 are located on the tularecounty.ca.gov website. We are always provided with the summary of the meeting notes of that same meeting date. We were given a Tulare County flood control update by Mr. Ross Miller with a slideshow presentation that covered the county flood duties, the FEMA designation, the National Flood Insurance Program. The Board of Supervisors is the flood control district, the Flood Commission. The Public Works Emergency Operations highlights where they close the roads as necessary, assist with storm response, coordinate with emergency services, the fire, the sheriff, monitor streams and bridges, staff the Emergency Operations Center, and monitor the areas of enhanced threat. In January 2023, the impacts were bridge washouts, the Highway 190 was damaged, community isolation was in Three Rivers and Ponderosa. The March 2023 impacts, the 13 county bridges, the washouts and damages, significant road damage throughout the county, Highway 190 further damage, significant snowpack and runoff, evacuation orders and warnings throughout the county, spillway flows at Lake Success and Lake Cahuilla. I'm just going to take a little sidetrack on this. As they were presenting and giving us this information, this is about the time that Porterville was in their flood. And I can vividly remember being on an evacuation notice myself because I was close to the river. But I want to say it still brings back, as they're having the county-wide conversation, how Porterville and a lot of the other cities were impacted as well. As far as the roads, bridges, and structures, there was significant damage. Most are awaiting permanent repairs, no community isolation. Talked about highlight on FEMA and money coming in from HWA, brief highlights on the precipitation and the water year not in California. The Water Commission priorities for 2024. After meeting in January, the draft was brought to this meeting and they were approved with one minor revision. We'll get the update and I'll share it. With regard to the drought and project funding update, the information is from January 1 through February 29. There are a total of 65 well permits broken into categories. Construction under domestic 17, community to agricultural 21, industrial 0, dairy 0, destruction 47, other 7. There are 7 tanks installed in receiving hauled water as of December. In the overall program, 239. In the bottled water program, the number for self-help enterprises, this is a running cumulative number since self-help enterprises took over. They have a total of 1,723 households. 288 are drought-related, 1,435 contamination-related, 9 pending, 2 drought-related enrollments are being received per week. No challenges. With regard to the legislation update, the committee has not met. They did provide us a brief SIGMA update that the probationary hearing for the Tule Subbasin is September the 17th. Notices were to be sent to the landowners in March. And for the Cahuilla Subbasin, it's in November 2024. Commission vacancies, there is 1 vacancy for District 5. 3 commissioner seats will expire April the 30. 2 will be reapplying, 1 is not certain. Form 700s, that's, they're due. You know, some of the commissioners were placed on a list, and I want to share that just for a brief moment. I was a little traumatized because I read my name on that list, but I know Fernando took care of it. I felt better when I read the names of the other commissioners who had not turned theirs in, so just remember the deadline. That concludes my report. The next meeting is scheduled for Monday, April the 8th. PATA, the meeting was canceled, and I'm going to carry over the TCAG meeting to the next council meeting. There was a lot, and we'll move on to oral communications. Is there anyone that would like to come forward in oral communications? I guess not. Do we have anyone on virtually this late?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, moving right along. Other matters. Councilmember Beltran.
That night went by fast. Just a couple of things. It was Councilman Wyrock and myself attended the Arbor Day event down at the Tule Parkway. And it was, I'm sorry, did I see you there? I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's great. I'm glad you were there too. There was a lot of people, so that was a good problem. It was sad to hear that last year it was only her and just basically 2 people. So great job in promoting that and just the community coming out. Towards the end of the event, I saw an older gentleman and his wife, and it looked like his adult daughter, and I believe they had 3 grandkids there, or he had his 3 grandkids there, and they were planting a tree. And so I briefly talked with him. He was Spanish speaking, and I'm not fluent in Spanish, but his daughter was helping me communicate with him. And I happened to take a challenge coin from the city, just in case I saw something that just stood out. And as I was talking with them, the daughter had seen this event posted online, and the parents live in that area, and so they decided to walk down and help. And in talking with them, they walk that trail all the time and just wanted to give back to the community. And it sounded like that might be the individuals that also Mrs. Capone was said adopted a garden, because that's the only one I could think of that had those 3 generations there. And I remember the grandkids wanted to see the coin, and it was really, for me, it's inspirational to see him as the patriarch of his family to come out and get involved. And just hopefully that will just ripple through his grandchildren to remember that event. And I just wanted to thank them for just being active in the community. It was just, but everybody there, it was so great to see several schools there and just young and old, and it was just beautiful and great effort by, we know she always gives us emails and gives reports, and just her continued effort to beautify our community and educate. I learned how to plant a tree properly. Let's see, the other thing was, for our LINK event, or LINK committee, we discussed, and a kind of a side note to the general meeting, was a need to expand some of the things that we're doing there more personally. And one of the things we came up with was doing a Easter event across the street at a church, just because of rules and stuff of religious activities. And but part of this idea was just to try and help restore and give hope to those individuals. You know, they don't have their own residence, they don't have an area to have something like for their family. And, because it was a last-minute thing, we were opening up to the residents there who have children or grandchildren to just try and help heal their families and themselves. They don't have an opportunity to celebrate birthdays, and that's the thing I'm committed to, is getting them a birthday cake every month so that they can celebrate the birthdays that month. This is on top of just getting them to know that they're loved, they're cared for, they're thought of, not in just their mental health or physical health and just wherever they're at, but just outside their normal services of ways as a committee and other volunteers in the community can just give them hope. And so hopefully this will be one of, this was a last minute thing, but hopefully for future, whether it's 4th of July or Halloween, just to give them some sense of belonging to and hope. And so in the future, I'd like to bring a proposal for council to maybe help fund a small amount, $500 or $1,000, something for possible those activities, because what's already budgeted there is, you can't do a lot of these activities. And so think about that, and that's something I'll bring later on as maybe the next holiday comes up, that maybe we can bless these individuals there, that they're just not a number or a case, they're seen. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wyrock?
Just like to thank staff for preparing a great agenda for us with a lot of information in it. Parks and Leisure Services Commission, with their unanimous recommendation for the concession renewal to Valley Paradigm. The people that work with staff on these different commissions, Library Commission, Parks and Leisure Services, they do a lot behind the scenes, and I think we do a pretty good job at recognizing them. Community Development, Claudia, you're doing a great job with home funding, the applications, and the annual housing element. Thank you for your efforts with that. Item 11 and 12, I think I just wanted to highlight out of the consent calendar. Item 11, the collaboration between the school districts and the Optimist Club for their alliance to bring us a community civic event. It's coming on April 13th, and then the Parenting Network, a community civic event on the 17th, calling all superheroes. It should be a fun day. I sent a text message to Supervisor Townsend. I think he has a superhero costume somewhere. I got a couple of calls from a couple of different residents in and around the city. One recommendation was for some consideration for training or teaching seniors how to use their iPhones, maybe at the library or locally here. So I'd like to pass that along to staff if there's an opportunity for us to offer classes to seniors on how to use their devices. That might be helpful to a population group in the city. Another one was related to street sweeping. Public Works does a great job catching all the curbs, but they mentioned that in the courts, when our refuse vehicles and stuff make the turn into court, the inside tire kind of chews up gravel, and the courts have a lot of loose gravel. And I actually was on my motorcycle that day, and I drove to a couple of different courts here in town, and there's a little bit of loose gravel, so I don't know if quarterly or every 6 months we can not only do the curb, but maybe the court itself that gets beat up with quite a bit of loose gravel pulled up from the streets. I really like the improved maps and the documents and the drawings in our agenda packages. It's nice to have them, to be able to see them. It was really, really good. Thank you all for doing what you do. And again, thank you for your families, for the public safety element here in our town, and for all you do. And I hope it's a safe night for everybody out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister?
Well, just to start with, and I know it's late, but let's go. So the wall behind Porterville College where they're doing, where they're doing the road, the diversion road, and some of the members came out and talked about a possible wall. Is that road going to be permanent? That's a permanent road, right? Yeah, so is there going to be some kind of wall or something to, isn't that part of our development?
The buffer that was planted there was simply landscaping.
Landscaping, and so just my thought, when we build homes, we make them put up walls on corridor roads, right? Is this not considered a corridor road?
To comment on that, so in the development ordinance, if that property typically to the south would develop to be facing that time that the wall would be constructed. I know that Mr. Sanchez, I reached out to Porterville College president, and Mr. Sanchez and I trying to sit down with the president on that project.
Gotcha. So the answer is no, there isn't any kind of wall. It's going to be landscape, or it's not set in stone?
There isn't a wall required currently. We're going to speak with the college on that.
I appreciate that. I just listening to them and their concerns. I feel for them, and it is a drastic change for them all of a sudden, right? So if there was able to put some kind of barrier up like that, I think it would help ease the situation. And so thank you for looking into that, Mr. Ridenhour. Agenda item number 4, the barn theater with the fire stand, and number 15 tonight with the barber shop. I love seeing the ability for not only this body but staff to use discretion and working to benefit our community, keep people open, find different ways to thrive, right? And so I just want to thank you all and the dais here for making that happen. Wall of Fame this year, we nominated 3 veterans, the former city manager, and our fallen firefighters. It was such a great event. Well done to staff here in this room. Donnie, great job. Thank you all for making that happen. It was a great event, very special. I went in, I didn't go to the grand opening of the skate park, but I did go and visit, drove by. It was great to see just the community together. There were so many people there. It was just amazing. Kids skating, and cool to see that. I loved also that maintenance work on North Grand. Looks really great, and so very pleased with that work. And then publicly, I just want to thank you, Chief Castillo, for, we kind of talked about members on Main Street talking with our police department. It sounds like even Mr. Rosa tonight kind of mentioned it, where you're taking direction with your officers, lieutenants, captains, whoever it is that's going and visiting with our local entrepreneurs on Main Street, or whoever it is that wants to visit, that you're making that effort. When I hear it from our community leaders in the community talk about that, it gives me great pleasure, so I appreciate that. Police department was part of this big sting operation with the cartel, the Sinaloa cartel out of Mexico, running narcotics throughout the state, and it's a great honor to know that our police department, SWAT team, and investigators, whatever it is that was involved, it's just amazing. And I listened to the briefing from Sheriff Boudreaux, and there was 25 search warrants, 1,000 pounds of narcotics, 9 pounds of fentanyl, $250,000 in cash. And what was sad is he made a point of a lot of these criminals are just going to be released the next day. And it goes to Proposition 47, and it was something that I noticed in my ride along with talking with some of the officers. There's a demoralization, you could say, of the fact that, yeah, I'll go enforce this law, but this guy's going to be out the next day. And Proposition ties to that And what I see is some great opportunity as a body to take leadership in this matter. Kevin Kiley, State Assemblyman, brought forth a bill to repeal Proposition 47, and it failed at the Assembly Public Safety Committee. It was voted down. And this is the same committee that voted down SB 14 last year. Senator Shannon Grove brought forward to make trafficking a felony, a violent felony. And so my thought in uniting, and Chief, I just say, get your opinion. I heard Sheriff Boudreaux's opinion on the matter with Proposition 47 and the impact it's had on cities. What kind of impact has Proposition 47 had on Porterville?
So Prop 47, just to highlight some of the crimes. So when it was passed about a decade ago, what happened is just a little bit of history real quick, is a lot of our felony charges were reduced to misdemeanors. Some of those were the petty theft, commercial burglary, receiving stolen property, illegal drug possession, forgery, just to mention a few. So the problem lately has been petty theft and the commercial burglaries of our larger box stores, crews going in, and if it's under a certain dollar amount, that they're released or cited out immediately, and that's specifically due to Prop 47. When I'm looking at data locally here in the city of Porterville, and as you can see in the last few years of our end-of-year reports, the trend shows that the thefts are going down, but when we look at the data, we're also looking at our repeat offenders. So it is, some of it is rearrests of the same people that are doing the same thing here in the city. And that is a direct result of Prop 47, that the stats just show it. So speaking with theft, when pre-Prop 47, around 15% resulted in arrest, and then after Prop 47 was enacted, it dropped to 7%, right? Well, that's because they were either not reporting the theft, no one was arrested, or they were cited to appear because of Prop 47. So it is affecting us. Although we are keeping our theft down, we see commercial box stores being, even here in town, coming into town from out of the area, and our crews that are going up and down the state, going in groups and taking a certain amount of property from these stores, and that's what we've been dealing with for the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And like you said, this has been around for a decade, and we've seen it. Now we've incentivized, smash and grab tactics, and we are doing the catch and release, right? And so my point with this is, it failed March 8th. What I'd like to see is if we could come together as a body, putting forward a letter, not a resolution or a proclamation, just a letter. And I'd like to send a letter in support of repealing Proposition 47 to the governor and these members of the Public Safety Committee and our state representatives, state senate, and state assembly here locally, voicing our protest of Prop 47. Now, there is also a measure going forward. They're getting signatures to put it on the ballot to repeal also, but I think with this momentum, I would like to not, I guess we'd say get on the bandwagon, but continue pushing that wagon to try to get it to the finish line to better the community all the way throughout the whole state. And so what I'm asking for is a letter, and I guess I would ask for it would it have to go to schedule? I'm asking for legal advice now.
Yeah, so you can do, if you want to just, if there's a interest in doing that, the council can vote to schedule that on as an item at the next meeting if you want to vote today. And that saves you the extra meeting of having to have it approved on the consent calendar first.
So from here, well,
We
I need
can't
to
do,
open
we
it up for
can't,
comment, right?
right, we
If
can't do a
anybody-
letter, we can't authorize a letter tonight because it's not on the agenda, but you can
Gotcha.
schedule, you can authorize consideration of a letter of support of that at the next meeting if you want.
So I can make a motion for that now then?
Yeah.
So that would be my motion, ditto.
I'll second that.
Okay, and I'm going to just comment, since we do have a motion in a second. And I'm going to look at Chief Costello on this because have the California Police Chiefs Association done anything to this, to lobby for this repeal that we should know about and we can discuss it at the council meeting because?
Yeah,
there's a-
it's been active. They have, it's ongoing. I join group meetings with 200-plus chiefs, so does Assistant Chief, and they talk about Prop 47 and the process that they're going through, working with the legislators to attempt to repeal it.
Okay, no further, that answered my question. So with that being said, because we can discuss it at the council meeting, not to take time. So we have a motion, we have a second, no further discussion, call for the vote.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, okay. ask
Well,
the-
I don't, well, never mind.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
You can still ask the question.
No, I was just going to ask for information on
That's
both
what-
sides.
That's why
That's what I was ensuring that we were doing before we were voting, but.
Oh.
okay.
You just want, when it comes, just so that you understand what the
Yes.
full
Yeah.
picture is. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, do that.
Well, it's up there to place it on the agenda.
Okay, so, you know, we all like to say, back the blue. This is taking action, and we're walking with it. So I appreciate that, and I'll leave it with, let's make crime illegal again, right? So, thank you, guys.
All right, Vice Mayor. Are you done, Councilmember Meister?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Vice Mayor.
Okay, let's see. I guess one thing that, I don't remember, I'm really tired. I just drove from Sacramento before this meeting. But did Councilmember Meister ask for some information on the Porterville College? Okay, I think, I wasn't going to bring it up. I was going to ask staff for myself for my own clarification, but maybe, I don't know if it would be helpful for me to get that information so I'm clear on it, or if staff could bring that back. Would it be?
Once we get information and connect with the college, I know we have reached out to them already. We will provide information to all of the
Just
council
an
members.
update. Okay, because I was thinking there might just need to be some clarification on whose project that is and that process. Maybe that would help all of us. Okay, and then I just want to thank the staff, even Mr. O'Neill that had already left, but I feel like the staff's input during those public hearings is so beneficial to us being able to make decisions, but also for the public to hear really immediate answers to some of their concerns. And that, to me, is the way a public hearing should work, and I feel like it's working. Maybe some of them don't feel that, but I feel like that's happening. And then my last comment is that I appreciate the Parks and Leisure Master Plan presentation tonight. Excellent work. I love hearing about all the plans and appreciate that our public is giving comments and feedback because that's how the plans are built and that the city goes through a lot of efforts to provide that platform. So I just want to thank all the staff involved and also thank our public that participated in that. That's it.
Thank you. Well, there's been a lot of events that have been going on. On March the 7th, Jason, Patrice, Claudia, and I journeyed to Fresno, and we were able to witness Mr. Michael Knight receive the acknowledgement for the Good Samaritan, and that goes back to the rivers that were battled in the Central Valley, and watch him receive that acknowledgement. He never accepts it just for himself. He accepts it for his staff,
the people that were out there who were working and everybody who else was involved and the public safety. So recognition well deserved, and it was an honor to be there. And then, of course, the Wall of Fame. That was, you know, what can you say? It was just everybody, it was an awesome day. And back to the Tulare-Kings Hispanic Chamber of Commerce had their ambassador luncheon on March the 13th. Patrice Hildreth, our city manager, was the speaker. And Jason, Claudia, and I were there to listen to what she had to say, and it was well received and very good information that was brought to the table. I want to thank the community members who were involved and being proactive. What started off as an idea with the Exchange Club, but it embraced all members of the community, was the unveiling of the Battlefield Cross. And it was wonderful to be there and to be able to participate as part of the program. And I know that, once again, our fire department came to the rescue with a phone call because there was a problem with the flagpole. And it got taken care of, it fixed, and it was very seamless. So when the program began, it went very smoothly. Don't forget that on March 27th is the Public Safety Recognition Dinner for the Exchange Club, and I believe this year there will be, the city of Porterville will be in-house. Last year, everybody was working 24/7 with the emergency operations and the fires, and then I know dropping in at the Emergency Operations Center, the Exchange Club sent meals to the officers and everybody that was working there that evening. It was pouring, raining, but they got fed. The Internal Audit Committee meeting is moved from March 27th to April the 24th, and I want to thank each and everybody. It's a long night. Patricia, you have anything to say?
No, congratulations to Javier. He won.
He won.
Also, just note, I just want to thank Donnie and his team, as well as Javier and their staff, for getting the skate park done in a timely manner. And it was thankful for the state of California grants, as well as the council, for approving that project. It was a great addition to our community.
Wonderful. And Claudia's still celebrating her birthday month. Who else is having a March birthday? Oh, you can still celebrate then. Wonderful. All right. Well, with that being said, it's 10:33.